use the open ground water as long as you
Ik was eerste.
Oh, good evening, y'all.
Guten Abend. Und in 4 Minuten, guten Morgen.
Ja, wie geht's? Damn it, I thought it was the apocalypse. I just got hit in the face with a locust.
Get hit in the face with what?
A locust!
Oh.
Sitting in my backyard, and I was just attacked.
Hey, yeah, I'm not the first one in here.
Yeah.
Happy 4th.
Not quite yet.
Wow, 1 minute for the East Coasters. Come on.
3 minutes for me.
This is one of my computer.
They're all a little bit off. I gotta work today, though.
Yeah. I have a long, anxious weekend ahead of me.
Why anxious?
Well, I don't have feeling in my right thumb.
Oh.
I'm going back to the doctor. The earliest I can get in was Monday. So, we'll find out.
The hell did you do to your thumb?
I have carpal tunnel, and I've been aggravated when I was being energetic for a change earlier this year and trimming back the trees in my backyard on the hill. And instead of going out and buying a chainsaw, I was using my machete.
I thought you were going to say overzealous hitchhiking or something.
Yeah, there we go. So
I do have to share that last night I watched We're the Millers, and for anyone who's seen that, that's got some really hilarious, entertaining parts. But Cork talking about his thumb reminds me of when the guy stuck his finger in the guy's ear.
and so I actually have a topic for Saturday's chat. It's going to be preparing for weekend, basically.
Preparing for what?
Train weekend use of your firearm. Weekend.
What's that?
Because when you're strong hand, the one you use to draw and shoot with all the time.
Weekend.
Weekend. That's what I've been saying.
I was like going, weekend use your gun. Yeah, I go out and shoot on the weekends. Weekdays. Yeah, actually, I've been practicing that a bit at the range with my 1911 with the 22 conversion on it. I'll shoot normal, then do right hand, and then do left hand.
Yeah, but how much you're going to actually need to prep for it? You know, I know Yankee went through that issue when he broke his finger. I'm going through a situation right now where I'm actually using a stiff brace on my wrist so I can't draw a gun or hold a gun. And I don't have an offhand holster, so... all that's good stuff. And Guru, Ralph, that's what my left hand's for.
No, pretty soon you won't be able to feel that hand either. So, just warning you.
Left hand is.
Who will feed the cats then? I mean, that's the question.
Well, I'm doing everything with my frickin' left hand, and it's so awkward. It's horrible. Except for that. And I got this 42-inch DLP. Well, it's not really a DLP. It's a LCD projection television I got for free. Somebody on Craigslist is just giving it away for free. So I got that in my garage, and it needs. I need to take it apart and look inside to see why it's got the kind of a brownish tint to the screen. Whether it means just a cleaning a lens or something like that, or if it's actually one of the color chips, because there's these like computer chips that are lights, but they're actually a chip in there that send it into the prism. The colors are shoot. If one of those is starting to go bad,
You said it's an LCD?
it's an LCD, but it's projection LCD.
Okay.
I believe you can take the screen off and use it as a magnifying glass to incinerate metal. I mean, have you seen those videos where they take the giant screen and use them as magnifying glasses?
Yes, I have.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, fire ants don't stand a chance.
I don't think small dogs stand a chance, much less fire ants.
If I see a flaming chihuahua, I'm coming after you.
Is that a hairless cat? Nah, I hit it with my big screen magnifier.
Why is Fluffy smoldering?
All right, I'll put a link in the internal just in case you're curious what an LCD projection is. It's kind of weird. I've never even heard of these before.
I actually,
Yeah.
yes. Sir, go ahead.
I was gonna say, go ahead.
I was at my parents' house yesterday, and the kids turned on Dog with a Blog, and that was scary. Their TV's so big, and like it's giant and right there on the wall, and it's in HD, and the dog looks like it was almost in 3D coming out of the screen at you. It's kind of weird. I mean, there's a point when your resolution is too good. You know, like I don't like to see people's pores.
Yeah, and sorry guys if you hear any explosions. it's
Fireworks.
actually just fireworks.
Yeah, we got him hitting around here too.
High-def TV changed the porn industry forever.
Yes, it did. But hey, it's a free television. I've got it out in my garage, so when I'm out there, I can actually watch television. So that's pretty cool, and it was free, price of free, and I don't mind if it's a little bit off on color, so if it's not a cheap fix, I won't fix it. Just use it until the bulb goes, and then recycle it, I guess. Yeah, smashing things with a hammer, I have not done that in quite a while. Actually, I had all the videos you see me smashing stuff up was filmed in February and early March. So that wasn't the problem. It was when I started in like late May. Doing all hard work.
See, smashing things with a hammer, it sounds like me doing basic carpentry, and that's usually my thumb.
I got a cold steel warhammer that I just smash different things. Because I got a warhammer.
I made those two swords, but I think I'm going to make a gigantic meat cleaver because if I go elk hunting, I need something that I can basically hit into and then hit with a hammer to like cut quarter up stuff and cut through
You
things.
got like 45 to 55 bucks to spend.
What you got in mind?
K-Bar Warthog.
Let me go look it up.
It's like, what is it? 16.5 ounces, I think, or 0.5 ounces. So just over a pound. It's got a little over a 6-inch blade. Kind of cleaverish. You can definitely whack on that with a hammer. It's a 1/4 inch thick.
I was
I
thinking
haven't found too much
was-
I couldn't hack apart with my little K-Bar full-size Tonto knife.
I was thinking a little bigger, like the size of a machete, but made out of a leaf spring.
Ah, okay.
You know, there
I
used
know-
to be these folding machetes. I think they were actually an issue item back in World War II. I have wanted to find a decent one again for years. I had like my grandfather's when I was a kid, and that thing served me well. And finally, it actually got stolen from me when I was in the military. I was incredibly pissed. But I found a few cheap knockoffs, but I have not found a good folding machete.
I don't think they make them anymore. Almost have to be custom made. Because everything that I've seen that's a folding machete is either the stuff or the cheap new stuff.
Yeah, I've seen some of the cheap new ones. I've been looking for years for a good replacement, and there's just nothing out there. And it was such a handy tool. Back when I was an infantryman, active duty, I'd use that thing all the time for various tasks, and it was just so handy and so much easier to pack than a full-length machete.
Well, I was gonna say the way things grow down in Florida, you need one to go out and check your mail every day.
Just about. Actually, I was cutting kudzu out of my juniper trees the other day.
So I found that funny when I was down in Florida that, boy, they're cutting the grass again. I was only down there a week. It's like they're cutting the grass every 3 days. Just like growing like crazy.
Yeah, my lawn does show up once a week during the summer, and it needs it.
All right, now GeoWeb's put in the external. Target asked gun owners not to bring firearms into their stores. ... Go. Well,
Yay, Texas Open Carry. Another victory for them.
Yeah, well, actually, don't confuse that. That's Open Carry Texas. There's a separate group called Texas Open Carry that has completely different tactics. We actually put out a little alert to our members and saying, look, if Target wants to say that people possessing guns in their store isn't conducive to a family-friendly and employee-friendly environment, then fine. We're not calling for a boycott, but we're saying we're going to generally make our shopping choices elsewhere.
Because a few hundred people in Texas is going to make a difference.
well, here's the thing. Wasn't
Not talking about a
because
few hundred people in Texas. I'm aware of 5 state organizations so far that have said basically the same thing. Like I say, not really a boycott, just, okay, if the choice is between going to Target or Walmart, we're going to Walmart.
I still foresee an imperceptible dip in Target's bottom line.
Well,
You think so?
they're,
Yeah.
they're very foolish making anyone alienated at this time.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
after their-
Target's already in a precarious situation. The problem is they do the demographic look and they say, look, 80% of our profit is from the women in the family. Gun owners are overwhelmingly men. so it's not our target demographic. So if we piss them off, it's not that big a deal.
No pun intended.
Yeah, but I thought this all stemmed from that asshole that left the gun in the toy section.
Yeah, that was in Myrtle Beach. Not yeah. So either way, though, he was a felon. He was going to carry no matter what they had on the door. So I feel like.
So wait, hold on. You told. Okay, you're saying a felon left a gun in the toy section, and
Yeah.
they're counting that like general gun owners, like concealed carriers.
I don't think that's what really got to them. What got to them was
Right. That was after.
look, Bloomberg sunk tons of money into this, fired up everything he had, and this is the new strategy of Bloomberg, and this is why we're actually trying to counter this. He's going systematically, business by business, trying to make it more inconvenient for you to carry when you leave your home. They are trying to do everything they can to marginalize the carrying public, get every business they can possibly get to say, you're not welcome here to carry your guns, and therefore, and especially in those states where it is illegal to carry a gun in a place that has a no-gun sign. While Target didn't go that far, some other retailers have, and some other restaurants have. Bloomberg's doing everything they can to make it so it's hard for you to carry outside your home, and it becomes so inconvenient that people just say, I'm just not going to carry today because I have to go here, here, and here, and these three places have signs up that tell me I can't carry my gun there, and my state says it's illegal to carry a gun where there's a sign, therefore I'm just not going to carry anymore. And that's the end goal by the Bloomberg Group.
Now, know your state laws too, and the penalties for carrying into these places. You know, for like Yankee said in Washington, it's just you're asked to leave the store, otherwise it's considered trespassing.
Right, and Florida is the same thing. You know, signs have no
Same
way
with
of law.
Wisconsin.
But
Yeah.
if you are told to leave, and you fail to just immediately drop whatever you're doing, leave your shopping cart right where it is, and head straight to the door, it is felony armed trespass.
Yep. No, and actually, that's in Florida and Wisconsin. It's a misdemeanor trespass still. That carries
I know in Texas. I know
I
Fine.
can tell you
$500
definitively,
fine.
in Florida, it is a felony trespass.
and not in Wisconsin. It's considered just a misdemeanor trespass with like a $500 fine.
I know in
$500
Texas
$589.
they have to have a very special, very large, ugly sign called it's called the 30-06 sign, yeah, because it's 30.06 of the Texas State Penal Code.
Yeah, the interesting thing, last year when we had the SAS Gun Right Policy Conference, it was at the hotel at the airport in Houston. And they had one of those 30-06 signs right outside the door, right where we were having the conference. And, of course, we're presenting rifles to people, and everybody there was carrying. The interesting thing about it is the 30-06 sign in Texas has to be at every entrance to the facility for any of them to have weight of law. And the entrance from the airport to the hotel did not have one of those signs, so none of them counted.
Yep, same here. We got to have it every public entrance. In other words, they don't have to have it on the emergency exits, you know, where you could actually get back into the building too. So, now I got to keep that in mind. But any public every public entrance has to have that sign up. So I kind of find that funny. One of the places only has it on their main door here locally, and I'm like, that doesn't bother me. Only got your main door. Don't have on your side door. I don't have to follow it.
Here in North Carolina, it has to be on every entrance and every exit. It has to be conspicuous, but there's no standard sign. But it does carry the weight of law. And there's a local theater that, so if I were to buy a ticket on Fandango online, go inside the theater and get my ticket from the machine, I would never see a no carry sign. But if I were to go get a ticket from the counter, there's a tiny, like literally 4-inch by 4-inch sign in the window And so like there's cases where I'm not willing to push it. Like I could probably argue, I didn't see the sign, but I wouldn't push it. And it's not on every door. It's not on every entrance. It's just at the actual counter. So I think it's a little trickier in North Carolina.
That's why you got to know your state laws, or states that you travel to laws as well if you're carrying in other states.
Yeah. Now, speaking of, you mentioned the Texas group that loves to go into places with AK-47s and ARs strapped to their chest or slung over their shoulders. I don't particularly care for this group's tactics now, and I know how people come forward and they say, "Well,
I
it's
agree
their
with their
right."
goals. Yeah, but I absolutely agree with their goals, but not with their tactics.
Well, yeah, and that's what I say is I'm happy that they have the goal of wanting to get open carry. I think the way they're going about it is just going to ban the open carry of rifles because, I mean, right now they've never made a law against it, but the more they do this, the more likely that is to come up. And people are like, well, it's their right, it's the Second Amendment, blah, blah, blah. Well, in Texas, I can go, they have this new thing out where it's a Speedo, but it's only one-sided for men. It's like I've seen on the Comedy Channel where they're making fun of it. But yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, it's atrocious.
I ate today. I really don't need to hear this.
Yeah, but all I'm trying to say is, while it might be legal for me to wear one of those around in public, how many places you think I'd walk into wearing that I could sit there and go, this is legal, it covers me, so this is perfectly legal. How long do you think it'd be before they made it illegal? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll
just
say
because something's legal doesn't make it right to do.
Well, I'll make an analogy that may be very uncomfortable for some people. We can take some cues from the gay rights movement. We had full-on riots by flaming homosexuals, and then we had the more less in your face but out of the closet homosexuals that went out and normalized being gay, and they've made huge gains in public policy, and now we've got courts striking down gay marriage bans because, well, judges are people and they've bought into what the public perception has become, and have started ruling that way on constitutional grounds. You're living and breathing Constitution at work, I guess. But really, the open carry Texas guys are the flamers of the open carry movement.
That's a good one.
That's my take too. Is they're pushing extremes. They're trying to make a scene. They're trying to get notoriety, and I think they're doing more damage than they are good.
Well, and one of the smart things that they really did within the gay movement was kind of marginalize the flamers and say, well, look, we're not all running around in assless chaps. A lot of us are just kind of normal people that you'd never know anything different except, this guy goes home to a husband. Oh, okay. And people started saying, okay, well, not throw it in my face. That's his choice. So live and let live.
I just got to correct something. All chaps are assless, so you don't need to say assless chaps.
It sounds better that way.
Yeah, well, what they did is they gave...
Biker Bob, I believe, is our assless chap expert, being a biker.
Here's the thing. If you are at least going to say it like that, you have to say it like how Ron White says it, assless chaps. You got to say it like that. Otherwise, it's not funny. Really? The T-shirt and the sunglasses are what you're worried about? You're not worried about the two sailors and assless chaps right next to him? Okay, no one remembers that bit, I guess.
Negative.
Okay.
Now, I like the one where he does say that he was arrested for pot, and he says, I wouldn't have a problem with that, except on the way to the cop station, we drove past 3 carjackings and a crack house.
Steven, no, that's Bill Engvall. Ron White is the Texan who always has a scotch in his hand.
Oh, and a cigarette.
No, a cigarette or cigar. I see him
Yeah.
with a cigar more often than not these days.
Yeah, he's kind of got off the cigarettes. But yeah, he's always got the scotch, man. He was on that redneck tour, eh?
Yeah.
He's funny.
See, he's the highest end of the kind of humor of the blue collar comedy tour.
Yeah.
What makes me sick is he's not the most successful. It's that stupid idiot Larry the Cable Guy that sells more tickets.
And
I
it's
know.
full of characters, even real. That's the worst part.
Well,
Hey, I used
it's
to
like
listen to
FPS
Larry the
Russia.
Cable Guy on the radio here local.
Georgia.
Of course, first time I saw Larry the Cable Guy on TV, because I always listened to him on local radio during the morning drive when I used to commute. I thought he was like 70 years old, and all of a sudden there's this guy in his like 20s or 30s or whatever, in his 30s at the time, I guess. And it's just like, really? That voice came from you?
Yeah.
Bob, you're drawing on your face creation. Your alternate self is taking up smoking, Bob.
That's actually me doing it.
Ah,
That's funny.
it looks like he has a little white Asian penis trying to go in his mouth.
What I want to do is
I thought he was just
penis
live
thing.
from Amsterdam or something.
You know, Nathan, that's not what I saw.
Yeah, someone's got a bit of a fixation on small Asian penises.
Hey, I'm not the one with something sticking in my mouth there, Bob.
Well, it ain't me doing it, so hey, it's all good.
I just saw the last Hangover movie the other day, and I'm a little bit traumatized by small Asian penises right now, so please.
Well, this is how you do it.
Bring up your color drawing thing. Give the cat a cigarette.
They have to be running draw. Well, you start here, go around here, go here, go down, go around, then come back up here. It's harder to do with the wrist brace on than you think. I'm doing a top gear thing.
Can't see anything. It's just
Well, I
your...
erased it.
Alright.
You know how they always draw the penis when they're giving out directions.
No. No, never seen that.
You never saw that?
No.
They always do it on the whiteboard. Can you draw a diagram where you track? Well, this is where you start. And you go up around here. And you come back around here. Right, straight away. And around here.
I've
And
never
then
seen
you
anyone do that.
finish
Yeah.
back where you start.
Dude, I hate this program. It won't let you, fix the pictures. So, that's a squirrel with a zipper and a Superman shirt underneath, but you can't see the squirrel's head, and I can't adjust it. So irritating.
Yeah. It is kind of funny, though. Super Squirrel.
Are you a terrible taxidermy again?
I will have you know that I downloaded as many squirrel pictures off the 140 pages of terrible taxidermy I went through.
That's not even kind of funny.
Some of those were funny.
Give me a second then.
Well, see, I'm sitting here sticking with the profile picture tonight because, well, I work from home and, I haven't had a shave in a while and is just not pretty today. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna say they look like me. I work from home too, so.
Moonfood is posting way too much in the lobby chat. Either that or everyone else isn't posting near enough.
Okay, so this is what I imagine happens when squirrels have a fight over a nut.
see, I want to jack a squirrel. Kind of like a jackalope.
Oh dang!
This makes me want to take up taxidermy.
Yeah, so somebody get me a squirrel with big old antlers, and I'm in.
Okay, well, actually, there's a couple places around here. Well, no, that's not squirrels. Those are rabbits. They're jackalopes.
Yeah,
Yes, and I have seen the scourge of the live jackalope. They're horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have you ever seen a square moose?
Square moose?
No, I'm a southern boy.
So come on, that's a
So this is what
moose.
this is what I imagine Bob would look like if he were a squirrel.
That's what happened.
Bob
I was
the
going to
squirrel.
say no. It was when Rocky and Bullwinkle had their affair, and they popped out a squirrel moose.
That is a Canadian armed squirrel, if I ever saw one.
Yep. Yeah, it's more of a challenge to take out our squirrels. That's because, they got
They
to
hunt
survive
you
with
back.
bears, so, every squirrel has to be armed, otherwise the bears would get them right away.
Yeah, I'm just surprised nobody ever heard of the squirrel moose.
No. You must read weird comic books.
I mean, what do you think is that? Rocky was a female, and Bullwinkle was a male. They got out a couple times. For Rocky.
Rocky wasn't a female.
Wait.
Yep.
Rocky was a chick?
Yep.
No.
You've just changed my entire childhood.
Hold on, I take it back. If Bob were a squirrel, this would be Bob.
There, that's more.
That's better.
Yeah, drinking a beer.
Well, you forgot the smoke too.
But but it's a squirrel. He's got to drink and then pick the cigarette up after he sets the beer down.
Yeah. I'm quitting smoking, so there.
Which is good, Bob. I'm not laughing at you quitting smoking.
Yeah, I ordered one of those vaporizer thingies and tobacco juice things, so yeah, that should be annoying enough that I'll finally just quit smoking because it's too much a hassle. Plus, the nice thing about these vaporizers, you can kind of turn them down, so you just gradually go down to nothing.
Yeah. Wait till you figure out that they have ones that you can just plug into the USB port on your computer, so you sit there wired to your computer smoking it.
Mm. Oh yeah, I know about those ones. And
the nice thing is when you get down to the zero nicotine, you can just do it as a habit.
Yeah, or you can not because it's a pain in the ass.
Okay, this is actually the picture I was looking for earlier. I clicked on the other picture by mistake. This is the two fighting squirrels I really like.
That is kind of funny.
Look at that skill, that stance. On God.
Yeah. That is kind of neat. Can't wait to see the squirrels when we go camping this year because I got some walnuts I'm going to crazy glue to a stump and watch the squirrels try and pick them up and take off with them.
I've actually had some handgun instruction where we incorporated some fencing and actual, not TV, but actual fencing and sword fighting skills into it, and it was mainly to help you learn to move offline from an attack and engage with the pistol. But when you take in these other martial arts, including fencing and sword fighting and things like that, and you incorporate it into the martial art of the pistol, it becomes really effective. just reminded by that of your squirrels. You know,
You do have to be careful though that you don't leave your meth around the squirrels, because this happened the other day at my house.
That's not meth, that's Viagra.
That squirrel looks stiff to me.
I just thought he saw Hillary Clinton naked.
When you talked, I saw the whole picture. I did not need to see that.
Yeah. Plus guys, right? Yeah,
I'm not gonna lock in on Nathan anymore. I'll lock it to somebody else.
Yes, only you, Nathan, would show us a picture of a squirrel overdosed on Viagra.
Oh, you're right. It is
Let's come closer.
Viagra. I just clicked on the picture. I always thought it was just meth.
No, it's
you're right. There's the
Viagra.
pill bottle. It's Viagra. That's
I'm gonna say this, Nathan. Look between his legs.
Yeah, and Cork made me go and investigate too. So yes, thank you.
Yeah, so
Thank God that's off the side of my screen.
Yeah, don't lock in on him. I'm just gonna say that. Don't lock in on Nathan. That was disgusting.
Oh God, he's back to his camera. Put it back on the squirrel.
I don't really understand what this one's all about.
Yeah, I think I don't. No, actually, I don't know. Maybe. Geez, we need Yankee here to explain this.
You know, I saw something like that on Pulp Fiction. I think they called it the Gimp.
Yeah.
I don't want to lock in on the kitty picture. Thank God.
Hey, Quirk, we got a new cat. Did I tell you?
No.
Oh yeah, my daughter finally got her cat, so she went and got another one from the pound. And that makes 4 rescue cats living in my freaking house.
And before you had just 3?
Yeah. So
All right,
this
what
one's
kind
a little female that was found in the winter, and of course she was pregnant, and she had lost the very tips of her ears and tip of her tail, and actually the pads on her paws, the skin was frozen.
So
But
she's
she survived.
named Lucky, right?
No, actually, no. She's called Honeybee because my daughter named her Honeybee. I don't know why, but it's one of our, like, all our other cats are black and white. This cat's orange. It's kind of the same color as the dog, so the dog just thinks, oh, it's a puppy, because he's like a doodle and they're not smart. Well, actually, they are pretty smart. But yes, now we have this other cat, but unfortunately, our big cat, the one you always see crawling on me, he doesn't like Honeybee. He hates her, and he's going after her. So yeah, and she's like, frick, she can't weigh more than about 3 pounds. She never, because she got pregnant, was outside in the winter, so she didn't get full sized. She's about half the size of a normal cat.
Well, you do know the way to introduce cats, don't you? It's a couple-week process unless you get lucky, like I did with Phobos.
Yeah.
It's a couple-week process.
Yeah, Honeybee's kept separated in my daughter's bedroom, and then we bring her out once in a while. But the Echo, the big fat black and white cat, he's started just hiding outside the door so he can sneak in if the door opens, so he can go after her. He's just, wants to be.
So you don't just like tie a piece of bacon to their collar and send them out there?
Yeah. Well, it's funny, if the dog's around when she's out there, he'll kind of protect her. Even though Echo's the one cat that actually gets along with him.
Yeah, what it is that you got to keep them separated and let them get used to each other's scents. You're gonna have to, lock the others up for for like half a day and let her wander around the house.
Oh yeah.
Let her get her scent out there. You're gonna have to feed them next to the door and let them get used to that. And if you got like a screen door or something like that where they can see each other, a glass door where they can see each other and eat and be on opposite sides, it's good too.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot of work.
It is a lot of work. I got lucky with Phobos. The only one who didn't like him right away was Neptune, and Neptune just, gave him a couple hisses and a swat or two, and, after 2 days it was, okay, you're not so bad.
Yeah, these guys have already got into one of those rolling fur balls that you see in cartoons, but are actually real with cats.
Yep.
Were
Were they making noise while they were doing it?
Oh yeah, it was all hissing, screaming, and they
Yeah,
were
that
literally
is.
locked together, rolling in a ball. It was the
Yeah,
weirdest
that is
thing.
a cat fight. That is not play fighting.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
It's
she got
when
a.
they don't. Yeah, it's when they don't make noise. It's a good fight. Well, unless it's dealing with Marlo. Marlo makes noise every time he fights.
Yeah.
But it's just because he's like, "You're winning, and I don't like it. Come save me, Dad."
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll just throw them all in a room and let them go. Winner's
Yeah,
in
well-
charge.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Cats don't work that way. They don't work like dogs.
Yeah. Cats they'll kill each other if they really
See,
get at
see
it.
the few cats I've had were actually raised by dogs, so they thought they were dogs, which
Yep.
worked out really well.
Yeah, see, I've had the opposite where my brother had Dobermans, but he'd always had a bunch of cats before. So the Dobermans, because he got them as puppies, they grew up thinking they were cats. And they would do cat stuff. It was funny. They would fight with their feet.
God.
That's hilarious, It's batting at each other with their feet. Or when they got bigger and they did it with the cats didn't like it. Because they'd just like scoop the cat across the room.
Yeah. I'm lucky. I got really lucky. I adopted the first two that got along great from the start.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I ended up getting Neptune because I was a big weakling and sucker.
Oh yeah.
So I ended up bringing him home, and Sonny was like, "Get the cat out of there. I just want to play." And they just hit it off right at the bat. And Marlon was like, "Hell, I'll deal with anything." He came from a hoarder's house that had way too many cats, so he's always used to being around all the cats, so he never has an issue.
Yeah.
And then Phobos got along fine with the other two, and Neptune took a couple days to warm up to him. It was none of there was never any fighting. There was never any. Oh, it was Neptune was just like, "You're a little too close. Hiss, back off until I get used to you."
Mm-hmm.
And Phobos is like, "Okay." He didn't care.
Yeah, no, these two are seriously going at each other, but I mean, she's fine with either of the other cats and with the dog. She was completely fine with the dog right from the get-go, which is really weird for a feral cat or a cat that'd been out on its own, but I guess it just never learned to be scared of dogs.
That's amazing. Yeah, made through a Canadian winter.
Yeah. Pregnant, had a litter of 5 kittens, and they all went to the pound, but they all got given away went out right away because they were kittens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so she took a little longer. She was kind of, I guess, had another month or so before she'd get put down. But I mean, she's a young cat. She's only probably not even maybe a year old. So
Man, if they're kittens here, they go within a day or two at the most at the shelter.
Mm-hmm.
If they're anything over 6 months old, it's like, you go eventually, but not the fastest.
Yeah.
Good deal with a cat that's already looks like a cat. It's no longer looks like a kitten.
Yeah. Well, myself, if I was going to get another one, I'd get an old one, just because the old ones don't have much of a chance otherwise.
Yeah, well,
And for me, it's an old cat. It's like, great, it'll be dead in a couple of years.
yeah, Marlo was in the shelter 2 months before I ended up getting him, and I actually went in there not planning on getting any cats. I ended up coming home with 2 because I came home with Sonny, who was 9 months old and just came in, and Marlo was sitting there swatting at my pants while I was sitting there looking at that Sonny.
Mm.
So I ended up coming home with 2 kitties.
Yeah, I can't go to the pound. I mean,
Yeah.
we have to get it. We want to get another dog. Common sense just says we need another dog because we have 4 cats. So if we have 2 dogs, that equals out the 4 cats.
Well, I went to go donate my extra
I don't think
kitty.
there's a lot of common sense going on in your house, Bob.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy in my house. Thankfully, my daughter's got off the rat thing, and she doesn't want rats now.
That's
Nice.
good.
She told me before I built most of the rat cage. A custom-built rat cage, I'll have you know.
Yeah. Neptune was another no-go. I didn't even want to adopt him, but go in there to donate a crate because it was too small for my other two boys. But we just got this cat in. He's from Tennessee. He's got a history of being a little bitey. And I said that doesn't bother me. I've got two other cats, and
Welcome
I've
to
been
Cat.
bitten before. Yeah, by bitey, I guess they weren't the smartest. He would bite, but it wasn't hard biting. It was just bite down, pay attention to me biting. It wasn't, it stings a little because, they're two little sharp teeth, but not break the skin biting.
Which
So
they
me and I had experience with cats, so I ended up putting him in that cage and took him home. And they said he was 7 months, but when I looked through the paperwork, because he came up from Nashville, Tennessee. He came from Nashville, Tennessee because the people that found him inside a car, inside actually the engine block of a car on a cold day, came up here. They were up here for 2 weeks, and then they had to go move again for a job, and they didn't want to take him with them.
Oh.
So he just was brought in, and they told me all the history and had all the paperwork. He was only 5 months old when I got him.
Wow.
But they thought the vet said he was 7 months old. They never looked at the vet papers. And then poor Phobos was the winter cat.
Oh yeah, those are the ones you always got to feel for, man, because it gets cold.
Oh, especially
Cold where
this
you are,
year.
too, yeah.
The thing was with him, he was already fixed. He was somebody's pet. They just let him go. Nobody came and cleaned him. They spent a lot of money on him. I looked everywhere after I found him outside my garage, just almost starved to death and frozen if I could find anybody looking for the cat, and took him into the vet. Or not the vet, but took him into the Humane Society for their vet to look at, and so he's going up for adoption. You want to come and get him, you can, and I did.
So how about those guns?
Yeah. So Phobos is one of those survivors, kind of like your little orange cat.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm still thinking what kind of
luck.
first handgun I should buy. I just can't decide.
A SIG 226. Just because I'd be really jealous of you. I may never be able to fire a gun again. It's not with my strong hand.
Well, unlike that gulf of time when we had the whole magazine ban and everybody really quit making cool new designs because nobody would buy them because they couldn't get high-capacity magazines for them, there's a lot of cool stuff on the market.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was that?
Normal capacity magazines.
Yeah, not high capacity. They only make normal.
Oh, did I say good Lord, shame on me. I'll go scourge myself with something.
We can say that amongst ourselves, but we don't argue that point with anti-gunners.
Yeah.
Well, I think I talked about it the other day. I had to take a reporter to the range. It was like, no, it's just the magazine. That's how many rounds it fits when it's made to the length of the handle that fits your hand. Oh.
Yeah.
It was like the epiphany.
Yeah, there you go. That's why those.
Yeah.
I like those little like Kel-Tec 22 Magnums. If only they worked. Some people seem to think they work okay. They don't get misfires.
Yeah, we were working on a issue here in Florida with some issues with high capacity magazines and them trying to pass legislation banning the evil high capacity magazine. So I called up Kel-Tec. They sent us a dummy gun that I could actually bring into the legislature. So they sent us a PMR-30 that they literally just drilled a hole right through the receiver so you couldn't make it active, and laser engraved it no gun and took the serial number off of it. so I could bring it into a legislative committee and show them, well, hey, this is just a little 22, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, this is fine. Well, that's a 30-round magazine.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we can't ban that.
Yeah.
And it worked. So, kudos to Kel-Tec for at least doing that, but honestly, I had a Kel-Tec.
It's about time they did something for the community.
I just never dug them.
Yeah, but if somebody else could make, a gun like that, in 22 mag, I love 22 mag, or make it in 17 HM, whatever.
Oh yeah, dude, I carry one of
capacity?
those little NAA 22 mag revolvers all the time. It's my little backup, or my church gun.
Yeah.
I don't think I trust the Rimfire semi-auto personally.
If they can make them work, that's all that counts.
Anybody in the market for anything? Because Sportsman Guide has 20 off 99 or free shipping and handling, no minimum.
Is what, sorry?
If you're looking to buy something, like you need something from Sportsman's Guide, they've got $20 off 99 or free shipping and handling, no minimum.
Hmm.
No minimum purchase. Those are, this weekend coupons, so Sportsman Guide's pretty decent.
I'm facing a bit of a what to buy conundrum right now myself. I've got a decent bit of discretionary income accrued from the last couple of paychecks, and next week when I take my CPL class, I was thinking about buying myself a new toy, but I was thinking that also maybe I should take advantage of the deals currently going on to invest in some more ammo.
Or get your Desert Eagle 22 Magnum.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking something along the lines of like the gun shop that I'm going to take my CPL class at. They've got a CZ Rami under the glass, 9mm, that looked pretty good, pretty cool.
Actually, now that I think about it, don't laugh. Desert Eagle does make a 22 Magnum as a rifle.
Yeah, I'm not going to buy anything Desert Eagle. Maybe a Jericho 941, but that's technically a CZ underneath, so it doesn't really count.
Anybody looking to buy something from Midway? They've got $45 off orders of 300, 30 off 200, 15 off.
I don't
100.
like the way Midway structures their site. It just
Are you
puts
in
me
commission
off.
or something?
I don't like how their checkout process is. That's one of my favorites. But damn, I put up with some minimum dislike to use such a great company. And Midway, was one of the few companies during the scare that didn't jack up their prices or do anything like that. They kept it pretty calm and steady throughout the whole thing. Look at the other sites that went crazy, and now you can buy yourself an AR for $3,000. It's only the El Cheapo one you could buy for $500 before the scare, but it's $3,000 now. We've got one in stock. Come and get it.
Yeah, I mean a few months ago I went to Midway, and I think I put one of Barry Powerfield's kids through college, but hey, they shipped fast. It was a fair price, and I was happy with them.
Yeah, I always look to see if they've got it at Midway before I order from Amazon if I'm looking there. So, Midway is actually my first choice. Amazon is my second one. I'm looking, for deals on knife stuff and stuff like that I normally buy.
Well, now what you do is you go to fl2ashop.com, and that brings you to Amazon, and Florida Carry gets a portion of the proceeds from all the stuff you order off of Amazon. So it goes to support your gun rights. There's my shameless plug for the evening.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say that mine. I do my Smile donation for my local animal shelter.
Yeah, well, since I run the whole thing for Florida Carries stuff, my Prime account won't work with it, so all my Smile donations go to the Second Amendment Foundation.
Yeah, for me, it's everything I make off eBay goes to that same shelter, so I donate to that one pretty heavily. Yankee's a bad influence.
I figure I'd just feed
Okay,
mine.
so you're helping the poor homeless animals, but what are you doing for Second Amendment rights?
I make my donations too. They just don't get as much as animals. Why? Because the animals don't have anybody speaking for how they're doing, really. We get tons and tons of people very open-minded about this.
You know what? If the state gun rights organization had 1/10 of the money of the state animal organizations, we wouldn't have a problem.
I'm going to say that there
is
are
a complete
more
misconception because there's a lot of people giving to animal charities and not really that many giving to gun rights organizations outside of, well, basically the NRA. And even the NRA, yeah, they're pretty well heeled, but they're about it, and they're not doing everything, especially at the state level.
I just got to say, the shelter that I get my boys from, they're always in need of money to feed, and donations for their pets. It's not.
Oh, and I totally agree. I give money to shelters. All my dogs, since I was a kid, have always been pound puppies, and my 2 dogs now are pound puppies. My dogs before that were always pound puppies, and I've always given to my shelters. But to say that the shelters don't get as much money as the Second Amendment rights organizations is, well, just patently false.
Well, the Second Amendment aren't feeding as many mouths as these shelters are. They're not helping out the animals, and anyway, they're helping us out. And the nice thing about this is we're vocal gun guys. We're out there, we're talking, we're spreading the words, we're doing the grassroots movement, trying to change people's minds and opinions. I don't donate my time at the shelter. If you'd rather me donate my time and my money to these organizations, I'll drop off YouTube, stop doing anything related to guns, and spend that time at the shelter.
Oh, believe me, people doing actual volunteer work and working toward, specific goals, especially on litigation, legislation, and the political front, is as valuable or more valuable than the money. Throw all the money you want at us. If we don't have any volunteers actually doing any work, it doesn't matter. Give me 100,000 great volunteers and spend no money, I can do just as much as if I had millions of dollars a year in funding for the organization. But honestly, what it takes is both.
And I donate less money to the guns rights organization, so I'm fine with saying that, than I do to the animal associations. But I spend more time talking to people about firearms and our rights than I do about animal welfare. The only time I ever really talk about animal welfare are to people in these chats who are pretty much like-minded, so we just kind of talk about it. Same what we talk about guns. But I'm talking to people about guns, almost every day. Whether it be pro or on the fence or even anti. It is a grassroots movement we're really trying to do, because we're not going to be able to change it through the media. There's no way that's going to happen.
Well, you do have to counter through the media, and look, we've had some kind of fence-sitting media members who have written us some great stories that have had some impact. There are some significant tools you can use toward bringing the media to our side by just sitting down, talking to some members of the media, and getting them to see what the actual point is. You know, it's not about being a gun nut and wanting to go out and be a vigilante. That it's about really trying to just keep the criminals at bay, to protect yourself and your family, and for, yes, the shooting sports. But what they really key in on is, you know, look, we're all concerned with violent crime, and that's why we arm ourselves, is to protect ourselves from violent crime. So let's focus on the criminals, not the gun. And that resonates. That's, I mean, of everything I've learned over all the years I've been doing this now, that is the key message.
Unless it's local news, it's not going to make the national news, what everybody's watching. It's not going to be on CNN or, you know, MSNBC. You know, it'll make your local news. And the reason it makes your local news is because they're trying to find stories that'll get, you know, get some airtime.
I've been on MSNBC with exactly that message, and it carried, and we got a huge membership spike out of it, and it swayed it helped sway our legislature when we passed a bill 2 years ago that allows military members under the age of 21 to get a concealed carry license. Yeah, that's what people keep telling me. Is, oh yeah, mainstream media is always going to be against us, and generally, yeah, that's true. But to say that just write them off is the wrong answer, because we've used it very effectively.
And yet, I've watched, you know, the national news, when there is a gun, you know, something happens bad with a firearm.
Oh yeah, their default
what gets
position
talked
is still
about is
ban the
banning
guns.
firearms.
Oh yeah, that's still the default position. Absolutely.
I'm saying, until you get to the point where they're not going to say that they're going to ban firearms every time something bad happens with a firearm.
Right, and you get there
making...
by engaging those members of the media. You don't get there by giving up on them. You get there by continuously bringing a concise and clear message to the media, and eventually some of them get it. Now, there's people like, you know, you're not going to get Piers Morgan to see the light. Sure. And, well, he lost his show anyway.
Can we go to Canada?
God, you know,
I said that because Bob said be right back.
What was it? The guy from Top Gear said, "Please don't send them back to England. I'll have to punch him in the face again."
Yeah, Jerry Clarkson. Clarkson!
Bit of context might have left fewer people nonplussed by that outcry.
Who always does the close? Is that May or is it a hamster? I think it's May.
Does that loud, you know.
Yeah, I know, but I wasn't going to go screaming and then blowing people's eardrums out that have headphones on.
Yeah, we have this reporter whose son was shot during a school shooting, and I was in the news today basically countering some of that, saying, you know, well, the same things I've said here, that yeah, you know, you had a school shooting in a gun-free zone in the state that has some of the most onerous gun control regulations. We need to focus on the criminal, not the tool. And that got published. You know, so at least when things like this come out, and when you have a voice within the community, or within the larger community outside just the gun community, you have to use that to at least provide a counterpoint. To just write off the mainstream media as, oh, they're just always going to be against us. Yeah, I understand you're not always dealing with the most friendly audience, but if we all just sat around preaching to the choir, that doesn't do anything.
No, but what I'm getting at here, the national media will not change until the majority of the population that's watching the national media, changes, and that's what I'm talking about. We've got to affect the people first, and not the media, because the media is never going to change until the majority of the people that are right now neither for or against firearms become pro firearm.
Yeah, well, and look, most of the population are fence sitters when it comes to right to bear arms. Yeah, I've got a gun in my drawer, or my father has a gun in his drawer, or something like that. But they don't think much about the Second Amendment or the purpose for it, and really don't think much about their surroundings when they go out of their house, or whether or not they should have any tools at their disposal to deal with anything that might come up. But when you talk to a lot of people who just really don't think about the right to bear arms or the practical aspects to it, some of them go, well, okay, yeah, it's constitutional right. I get it. It's cool. You can do that. Just don't be an asshole about it. But we have to keep that voice out there in the media, even if it's just the counterpoint to the argument, and they say, oh, look, these crazy gun nuts say that we should focus on criminals instead of guns. Some people even read that silliness and go, wait a minute.
But
you can't just write off the mainstream media because they have the biggest microphone.
Yeah, but I want to talk about something that I talked about in here, and that's you were saying that double action, single action, it's not a carry gun, and that's the opinion of most trainers. He's saying, well, that might be the opinion of most trainers, but it's not my opinion. And then, Stephen, you said it was because half the pull weight. In a high stress situation, you're not going to notice the pull weight of your trigger. You'd be using a frickin' Mosin Nagant revolver, and you would not notice that it's a 30-pound trigger pull. You're just going to be pulling the trigger, and it's.
Well, the DASA versus single action versus
it's easier to have
all that debate's been going on for a long time, but people saying that the DASA guns are not effective and should never be used. 70 years they were the predominant guns on the market, and are still quite effective. It's just a different level of it's just you train to the equipment that you care to carry.
Yeah, but he's going to go, so it's easier to have a negligent discharge. It's not an argument. What I'm going to say there is that all our carry guns should have safeties, because there's a greater chance you're going to have a negligent discharge without a safety.
No, that's not what it means.
Yeah, and they should all be carried Israeli style, right?
No. Yeah. What Guru is saying is that it's easier to have an ND by manually dropping the hammer down than using a decocker. Because
that's the gun. Then the person should be aware of that. For me, I'm using the decocker. Yeah. I'm not manually dropping the hammer.
Right. Well, and there are guns that do not have a decocker. The only way to decock one was to manually.
Well, I've never been a 1911 carry, so
the C's the
well, that's not 1911 either.
The DASA CZs have a half cock notch.
Oh, the problem is people pull the trigger to get to the half cock and blow right past it because their thumb blows off. And that's where that whole stigma comes from.
Wait.
It is a matter of training.
They pull the trigger to get to half cock. Why do they have to get to half cock in the first place? Because what I was just saying is the point of half cock was so that you don't have to drop the hammer onto the firing pin. You drop it onto the half cock notch instead of all the way down.
We've been through this, Ralph, before. The police don't purchase double-action, single-action guns because Glock has just undercut everybody's prices. going to sell the guns to police at cost. Other companies can't make that, do the exact same thing that Glock did. So that's why Glock's got the control on it.
Yeah, the half-cock was developed when, especially with revolvers with a half-cock serration, were developed when the revolvers generally had a firing pin on the hammer. So this lets you put the hammer into this half-cock position where it didn't have enough energy if it did go all the way down to actually pop the primer, and it wasn't just resting on the primer, so it couldn't be, it was a kind of an early drop safety. And there's Yankee. We started talking revolvers, and Yankee shows up.
I just wanted to add one thing about the CZ. I see so many people think that the half-cock position is a carry position, that it was designed to carry it to where, well, the double-action trigger will be lighter. That is not true. Speak to any gun manufacturer. They will tell you the half-cock position is not a position to carry your gun at. The half-cock position is a safety mechanism, not a carry mechanism. It is simply to prevent your gun from firing if you short-stroke a slide or slip on a hammer pull, etc. It is not for carrying your gun.
I wasn't implying it was supposed to make the trigger pull lighter.
No, you're not supposed to carry your gun in half-cock position. It's not a carry position. It's a safety position. It's just a position. It's only there for safety.
And, there are a lot of federal agencies that use single or double single action. You're saying they're wrong too, that they should go to the double action only guns or the striker fire guns?
What are you talking about?
Ralph's got this thing that he doesn't think a double single action gun is a carry gun.
I like double action, single action. My own personal experience with firing your gun under duress is you don't notice your trigger pull. And double action, single action, I mean, it's not the optimal carry thing. I mean, I like them, but I can understand where someone like Ralph will say they don't like it because it's not a consistent trigger pull from the first pull to the second pull, and they've got a legitimate argument. That's something they could easily not like. I think that double action, single action trigger, it gives you a double action trigger while you're carrying it for people that are worried about a light trigger. So it gives them that peace of mind. It gives you that little extra added safety, like when you're holstering your gun, it's not going to be as easy to have a misfire. But once you pull that trigger the first time under duress, every follow-up shot is a light single action shot. Now, is there going to be a variance between the first shot and the second, third, fourth, and fifth? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. But I can understand where some people would rather just have a consistent trigger pull the whole way through.
Yeah. And he's talking about in here too was that there's a easier to have a negligent discharge after the first shot.
I wouldn't say it's easier. It's going to require about the same amount of force as any single action gun would that you're shooting. So if you're using like a 1911, you might just as easily have a negligent discharge on the second shot. But.
I mean, a lot of this debate over the double action, single action guns and saying, oh, well, it's not a consistent trigger pull and all that, really it seems to come from a lot of guys that don't have a whole lot of experience with pulling a trigger under duress. And I don't buy it. I've carried those guns for many years. I carry single action guns. I carry striker fire guns. You train to the gun that you have, but when bullets started coming the wrong way on me, I wasn't thinking about that I have a 4-pound trigger or a 12-pound trigger. I pulled the damn trigger.
Let's just say this: the time that I had to empty my gun twice, I had a double action, single action Beretta, and I don't remember any difference between the first trigger pull and the last. So, in fact, I don't even remember pulling the trigger barely. So. But like I say, I can still understand the argument of I want a consistent, all the same trigger, and I want my first shot to be a lighter, trigger. I can't argue with their logic for why they prefer it. I just have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, and I think the situations where I'm going to need that really light, trigger pull to get that one shot that's got to count the first time.
Yeah, see, that's why I like having multiple options. And having a double action, single action gives me the option of carrying in, double action where I have a heavier trigger. I don't have to worry as much about putting it in the holster and having a negligent discharge, etc. Because that's when a lot of negligent discharges happen. Two of the most dangerous times are when you're cleaning your gun and when you're putting it in the holster. Those are the two most dangerous times with a weapon for it firing when you don't want it to. So that double action helps with that, putting it in the holster. Having that single action option means if I'm pinned down somewhere and I got one shot, I got to make it count. That single action is more likely to make count than even a light double action. So I just like the other options. But like I said, I can understand why someone would just want same trigger all the time.
Right, and the plus of the DASA gun is you have that option as long as it's not a hammerless.
Yeah.
If you need to take that shot that counts, that notional shot, hostage shot, which really rarely happens. But if you got into that weird situation, yeah, cock the damn hammer, and you've got your SA full.
I don't even want to say it rarely happens because I've seen so many cases where the person, I am almost of a mindset, I know everyone trains for, and I've got a video on this, I need to edit the damn thing and put it out. But I'm under the mindset that I know people train for the whole, someone runs up, shoves a gun in your ribs, and you've got to somehow outdraw and outshoot them. And everyone thinks that is the quintessential self-defense scenario, the fast draw, shoot 'em up, quick draw scenario. And in my experiences, I've seldomly ever seen that.
It's pretty rare.
That happen. Almost every time I've ever seen someone use a gun in self-defense, they've had time to think about it. And that time to think about it is time to cock the hammer. So I am a firm believer that I think the hammer serves you well in self-defense more often than the quick draw single action or quick draw, light double action, because I just don't see the quick draw scenario happening as much as people make it sound like it happens. I see more people, waiting for someone to come through a doorway that's invaded their home, or being in a bad situation and someone is beating on their car door trying to get in, or etc. Like I've seen that happen way more often than I've seen had to draw my gun in and fire in rapid succession. I just don't see that happen. It happens, but it doesn't seem like it's the most common thing.
But when it does happen, I don't care if it's a 30-pound trigger, my finger is going to pull that 30 pounds pretty damn rapidly.
Oh, well, yeah. When you're under duress, your adrenaline's flowing, and you're probably not even going to notice the difference between a 5-pound trigger and a 12-pound trigger. But, even looking like the ones like that guy in that casino, people will say, well, he had to draw his gun and shoot. No, he drew his gun, worked his way around a machine, got a good vantage point, and then started shooting. That's time to cock a hammer.
Don't forget to drop to his knee as well.
Yep, and like that guy, that Josh what was his name? Wilcox? What was his name? I'm forgetting his name. I think I'll say Josh Wilcox. But
in Nevada?
Yeah, the guy that died at the Walmart.
Yes.
Now if he had a single action gun, he didn't draw his gun quickly and start firing. He got what he thought was a beat on a guy, drew a gun, and that happens way more often. I think it's way more often people are responding to dangerous situations that aren't split-second decisions. I see happen way more often than the quick draw.
But it looks cool on TV, so we should train it.
Well, and it's more fun to train for, too. Let's face it, it's more fun to train for the, slapping leather and firing, downrange than it is for the, tactfully gain an advantage, a good position, get cover, draw your weapon, get a bead, fire. That's not as flashy to train for.
Yeah, if only things in movies like in TV shows like they do in real life.
Yeah.
If that were the case, then drywall is bulletproof.
Yeah.
So are sofas.
Yeah, that ninja's taking apart your Beretta 9mm with their hand in a fist fight, and pulling the slide off. Come on, give me a break.
That was not a ninja. That was Jet Li, and he can do that.
And let's look at the reality of the FBI statistics on self-defenses. They say that 75% of them occur in the home. How often are you fast drawing in the home? That's usually someone's trying to kick your door down, someone's trying to get in a window, etc. You got time to utilize all your best options. So I like double action, single action gives me more options.
Yeah, or 12-gauge shotgun. Yeah, and I know you don't agree with that, but I don't care.
Yeah, and under duress, 3 seconds.
What's Bob doing?
It seemed like a lifetime.
Oh, I'm
Oh, yeah.
just here because I heard you were going to join.
No. Bob is, it's basically the only gun you can have out because, I say he was just cleaning it.
Yeah.
Quark's been listening.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. But I still think, 12 gauge round, birdshot, in your home.
Stop
You're good.
somebody, especially at close range.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, that's I've shot things at close range with birdshot, it like badgers and shit, and it just like blows holes.
Yeah, shooting something at close range with birdshot is like hitting it with a large wall of welded steel, like pellets that are welded together. It's a tight formation at that point.
Yeah, I mean, at close range, it might as well be a slug.
Yeah, it's still
They're barely out of the shot by then, or whatever that is. The wad. There we go.
Yeah,
They're
the wad
barely out of the wad.
the wadding's still on it out to about 15 feet.
Yep. Well, it depends on the choke on your guns.
Yeah. So, but basically, yeah, it's going to be like getting hit with a glazer, a big giant 12 gauge glazer.
Almost like getting hit by a wax slug at 50 yards.
Yep. Well, kind of the same as wax slug in the fact that it's just the pellets haven't separated yet.
Yep.
So, they just go boom, blow big hole.
And I don't want to get hit with a BB gun.
Exactly, yeah. I mean,
Trust me, I've got a BB lodged in my hand. You don't
Yeah.
want to be shot with a BB gun.
We
do it
shot
yourself.
at each other with BB guns all the time. It was fun. Do it in the winter, though, when you're wearing your skidoo suit and your goggles. Well, we had ruled don't aim for the face.
Oh yeah. We used to do it when we were kids, but we weren't smart.
Well, and two, the BB guns, at least what I had as a kid, were the single pump. You could see the BB in flight.
Yeah, I had a 22 like that. Yeah, maybe flew at 185 feet per second.
Oh yeah, that was definitely a
Yeah.
rule. No more than one pump. Somebody pumps up
Yeah.
more than twice. That was bad.
I gotta say, I learned all about negligent discharges from a BB gun.
Oh yeah,
That's why I got the BB in my hand.
there you go. Eh?
Did it myself. Nobody blame but myself on that one. I've always, since I got my first gun, I've always handled it super carefully.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's a lesson that you learn if you have anything to do with guns. If you ever have a negligent discharge, it's like fuck.
I'll put it this way: I couldn't use my left hand for a couple of weeks because I was too stubborn to go to the doctor and explain why. Well, too embarrassed to go to the doctor and explain why I had a BB in my hand. So I got
when I
all
was in the
puffy
Army.
and, puffy. I had to drain it and never got really infected. It just got really swollen. But when I drained it, there was never anything. It was always clear.
When I was on active duty, we had one of our guys with he's got an M16 with an M203, grenade launcher on it. Well, he's got a practice round in the grenade launcher, so it's this, paint round. It basically, it's full of orange powder. So we're doing miles training, so blanks with laser tag equipment. He goes to hit the trigger on his M16. Just heat of the moment in training, reaches down, hits the 203 trigger, hits a guy dead in the back. Luckily, he was wearing a flak jacket. Hits him dead in the back with this 40 millimeter M203 round. Boom! Big puff of smoke. This guy goes down, starts screaming. And this is like getting hit with a, it's a 40 millimeter behind the paint. The little powder round is a maybe half-inch thick 40 millimeter round chunk of lead that hit him dead in the back. Thank God he was okay, but
Look what I got today.
Oh,
Ooh.
another ugly little black gun.
No safety.
Safety-less. Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah. I just keep hearing
Is
all the
that the
good
9
things
or the
about the
40?
shield.
I got the 9, so I'd have more rounds. Because the 9 has 8 rounds, or 9 if you use the extended mag.
So 8+1?
7 plus 1 if you got
Oh,
this
7
mag.
plus 1. Okay.
8 plus 1 if you get the other one.
So less than Canadian law.
If nobody can hear Darren, you got to turn up the volume. Just remember.
So you're saying it finally caught up to the XDS?
Well, no, it's better than XDS because it doesn't have that fucking stupid ass grip safety on the back.
I am totally fine with the grip safety, but I shot a lot of 1911s.
Yeah. The way I look at safeties on a carry gun is that even if it's a grip safety, there's always something that could go wrong in there internally, and then you're screwed.
I keep being tempted on one of these to bead blast down the slide and make it a 2-tone, but
Is it stainless on there?
yeah, it's got a stainless slide.
Cool.
All M&Ps have stainless slides.
Really, can that be called an M&P? I always just called it the shield. I never saw it as an M&P.
Right there.
I know. I just never really saw it as the M&P until, well, now I can think of it as M&P because I got rid of the safety.
Those are English letters.
Yes, I know they're English letters. I just never considered part of the M&P line.
I don't really consider it part of the MP line either. I think they just gave it that name. I mean, I can see where it's similar to an M&P.
How's the trigger on yours?
There's my M&P.
In your safe?
No.
In your car?
No, I think it's in the wall safe in the family room. Haven't seen it for a while, so I'm assuming that's where it's at.
It's not in the bathroom safe?
No, I've got a revolver in the bathroom safe. No, I got the Walther PPQ in the bathroom safe now.
That's fucking funny, man.
Bathroom safe?
Yeah.
When are you most vulnerable? Is when you're taking a, well,
Yeah, you get more
taking a shit.
And where the bathroom I use is right between the rest of the house and the front door. So if someone kicked in our front door, I'm screwed because I'm separated from the rest of the house in our bathroom.
Yeah, but don't you just carry around the house?
Not when I first wake up in the morning.
Really? You don't carry in bed?
Nope.
What kind of American are you? You're supposed to be armed at all times.
I've
That's
got one.
that's what they talk about. Oh, the
Right.
Americans, they're all armed.
You
They're
get up
armed
in the
at all
middle of the
times.
night to, you got to use the bathroom, which I know you do at least 2 or 3 times. You're going to sit there and pick up the gun off your nightstand and take it with you?
Well, no, you'd be wearing one sleeping. You can sleep comfortably with a belt on. I mean, I've slept in my clothes lots of times.
I sleep on my side, so no, I'm not going to sleep with a gun on my
Not
belt.
sleeping in clothes. I cannot stand sleeping in clothes.
Yeah, I go to the bathroom. I only bring my pea shooter.
I did it when I was in the military many times, but I can't stand sleeping clothed.
Oh, shit, when I used to go camping and stuff when I was a kid on my motorcycle, I mean, I just have a tent, keep the rain off, and that'd be it. Usually just a tarp. And, you just throw a saddlebag under your head and go to sleep. I've even occasionally gone to sleep wearing my clothes on jets.
It's called passing out, not going to sleep.
Same thing.
I've had to pee for the last half hour, but Phobos has been on my lap. I'm about ready to kick him off.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, really. You've been suppressing your... that's actually not good for you, right? It's kind of like suppressing a fart. It's actually unhealthy.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to hold it when I got to pee because I've got prostate issues, and that's not good for them.
Mm-hmm. That's why the diapers come in handy, huh?
Well, I don't have that kind of prostate issues. I just get prostate stones. I get calcifications on my prostate.
Oh, that sounds gross.
It sounds painful if I do.
Yeah, I don't suppress my farts because I don't want to have to wait the 12 months and send off the $200 to the tax stamp.
Another good reason not to.
Hey, you gotta let one rip. You let one rip. I don't care.
You know, I've actually held off for the past couple of months just so I can execute my my gun trust on the 4th of July.
Nice.
Gun trust.
Called up my lawyer tonight. He's like, hey, I need this notarized tomorrow. He's like, okay, yeah, sure. You know, I'm not really working, but yeah, I'll get you notarized so we can execute your trust.
Nice.
Oh, shit.
Here's a question. Has anybody been talking about that 19-year-old cheerleader lately? The one with the safari hunting pictures?
What?
Give me a link.
Oh,
I'll play the
one
Stone guy. Oh
yeah, the
my
one they're freaking out.
God.
She's killing endangered animals.
Well, the funny thing is, Facebook just deleted all those photos. Which is
Wait a
ridiculous.
minute. They won't delete a photo of a cab driver getting shot in the back of the head, but they'll delete a picture of someone hunting legally?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that cheerleader that trophy hunts because usually when I call a trophy hunter a fucking pussy, it offends them. With her, it doesn't offend her quite so bad.
Well, especially the trophy hunting nowadays, I mean, because it's so organized and so guaranteed, unlike back in the, well, it was more guaranteed back in the day, but in the 1920s and 30s when you went hunting lions and tigers and shit, they were just likely to kill and eat you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like she's been hunting these things legally since she was 13. And sometimes it's for animal conservation. And she pays some pretty damn good coin to
Oh, her daddy.
Let me break it to you. Those safari hunts that are for animal conservation, they are anything but, and they are not sponsored by any conservation groups. They are sponsored by the landowners and by the governments who get paid by the landowners. They are not conserving animals. They're not maintaining any populations.
No, they're a farmed one. It's like elk farms and stuff here in Saskatchewan that they have hunts on, and it's like these are fucking pretty much domesticated animals. You're having people come and hunt them.
Yeah, might as well just go hunt cows with a hammer.
Yep. Yeah, and I'll go kill a moose up north because we got lots of them, and you know they've almost become a pet. Well, they have become a pest. They actually, a lot of people die from running into them because we got rid of all the big predators. Now we have to replace the predators, otherwise you get too many of them, and then they starve to death. So, and you can't really replace the predators here because, I mean, there was talk at one time of reintroducing the prairie grizzly, and then they realized everyone in every city in Saskatchewan would have to carry a rifle everywhere they went because if there was lots of grizzly bears around, they were going to eat a lot of people. Because back when there was lots of grizzlies, there wasn't lots of people.
All they're going to eat is Canadians, nobody important.
I've been known to shoot the occasional prairie dog.
Yes, prairie dogs are funny to kill. Those are fun. And those are a true pest. Some of them are now endangered. But like we have we have what's called the Richardson ground squirrel. We call them gophers, and they're probably half the size of a prairie dog. But we get freaking thousands of them. Like I think last year in Saskatchewan we killed over 1 million of them, and the population's still just getting bigger.
Well, I'm going to head off, guys, but before I do, I got one thing. If G-Webs is out there listening, I know he's a fan of the TV show Community. Yahoo actually picked up the 6th season of the TV show Community, so It's going to be on something with Yahoo. I don't know a whole lot about it, but there you go.
Oh my
Better,
god,
but-
now Yahoo's gonna ruin that.
Well, I just wanted to let him know that it happened.
Well, I guess Yahoo isn't as bad as Google. Or are they the same? I don't know.
No, they're different.
Oh, okay. I don't like any of the computer companies other than the fact they let us do this.
Like,
Well, let's talk about guns. When
Well, I was a
saw
little
my-
bit disappointed. I found out my local gun shop's closed tomorrow. I mean, it's 4th of July, so I'm cool that I love that they're letting their employees off work. But I was really planning to go out and buy a revolver tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I think ours is open. I'm not sure. Let me check.
It should be closed, though. I mean, I was really upset that my store was open on
We'll be
Canada
open
Day.
on the 4th.
I mean, Canada Day was a stat holiday, so if you did work, you got double time. But, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't work. I mean, I don't work Remembrance Day, even though stores shouldn't be fucking open Remembrance Day ever. I mean, that should just be the whole goddamn country should shut down so we can honor the dead, you know?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for a few months for a Smith 686 4-inch with the standard barrel, not that weird contour. I don't even know what they call these new barrels with the kind of weird angle thing. What's that?
Which one? You mean like the slab side barrels?
Yeah, I guess. I was looking for the classic barrel one. Anyway, they just got one in. Like a guy that knew I was looking for one called me up and said, "Hey, we got this thing in." I'm like, "Okay, I'll be there tomorrow." He goes, "No, you won't." So we'll see if I can get away this weekend to pick it up.
You mean like that barrel? Wait a second, where's my camera?
Yeah, that's the one I didn't want.
Like that barrel, that's the barrel you don't want?
Yeah, I want the classic 686 barrel.
That's the 686 4-inch with that barrel, but I like my 686 with the 3-inch barrel with the standard barrel.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
That's my werewolf gun. That's got the silver bullets in it.
Shiny.
Hell, why ain't that working?
Are you drinking tea out of a pitcher or is that a cocktail?
Rum. Lots and
That
lots
is
of
a
rum.
seriously manly glass of rum. I salute you, sir.
I like my rum. Maybe later on I'll get to my scotch.
Oh, I remember those days. My favorite was I drank scotch for a while after I drank Jack for a while, then I drank Gentleman Jack, and then I drank scotch for a while. Then I basically went into my my Crown Royal phase, and that's what I stuck with.
Oh, I drank Crown Royal till I got sick of it. I can't stand Crown anymore.
Isn't that funny? I can't drink tequila. Well, I don't drink anymore, but when I did drink, I can't drink tequila because of one bad experience with it.
Oh, I could drink tequila right from the bottle all night long. My liver hates me, but
I had about a 2-day hangover from a bottle of tequila when I was 18 and just can't stand the smell of it. I could drink it in margaritas, but not straight.
yeah, no, like the wife's family thinks I'm entertaining. I could drink a 60 of rum in one night in one sitting, and they're like, "How do you do it?" It's like, I come from a drinking family.
I went and found this Kendall Jones on Facebook. They still got pictures of her with all sorts of animals up there that she shot. They haven't taken anything down.
Well, the thing is, what I think it is she's 19, she's beautiful, she's a cheerleader, and she's a hunter. And the left, they can't stand someone like that hunting.
Oh, it's the epitome of a spoiled brat, if you ask me. I mean, but you're right. The left doesn't like it because it's hard to attack her. Except,
Yeah.
she's no more probably vapid or disconnected than any other college sophomore is this day. She just happens to have that hobby, and she has a family rich enough to empower it.
Like
when I was in my teens and early 20s, I aspired to be a spoiled brat. I just didn't have enough money.
Like, I don't know how intelligent she is. She's probably extremely intelligent, but I don't know. Like, I just can't stand how the people wrote a petition up and told her or Facebook to take these pictures down. And it's like, what the hell?
Well, they haven't, so at least that's good.
No, Facebook deleted all her photos.
I'm looking at Facebook right now on her page, and her photos are not deleted.
Seriously?
I'm looking at them right now, dude.
Maybe she re-uploaded them. I don't know.
I don't know. She's got all sorts of pictures of her with games she's, shooting in behind. She's got all sorts of...
What was her name again?
Kendall Jones. Kendall. That's how you spell her first name, but... Yeah, let's see. Here she is with a rhino. Some two-horn goat-looking thing. I don't see her with any cats on there. So it looks like almost everything it's showing. There's a rhino and then a bunch of herbivores and a Cape buffalo. But yeah, there's no leopards or tigers or leopards or lions like in the other photos. When I looked her up, when I looked at images, I saw Google images of her. So they may have taken down some of her images where she was sitting on the cats. Yeah, all these images of her are behind herbivores.
Yeah, because there was a thing on there about how Facebook doesn't allow endangered species hunting and stuff like that. So they might have got rid of, they might have deleted.
They might have deleted certain ones and not others, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't, for some reason.
All right, so you can't have a picture of a dead cat, but you can, again, have a very graphic video of somebody shooting a cab driver in the back of the head. I don't get it.
Whoa. Cab drivers are not endangered.
White ones are.
I'm sorry,
yeah, I
but
think there's some
cab
drivers that might disagree.
Coming over all the time. We got to thin the herd.
Oh, that was rude of me, but...
Yeah, if you got too many cab drivers, I mean, they're not going to get enough fares. They're going to not survive the winter from starvation. You got to keep them at just that right level of cab drivers. I'm surprised.
But aren't the people with making beaded seats and air fresheners going to go out of business?
Well, I'm just surprised they haven't come out with cab driver hunting licenses yet for some areas. It's New Yorkers and their anti-hunting and guns. You know what's actually funny is there's some people in this world that would prefer people getting taken out over animals. Like, what really irritates me is they passed a law saying I can carry my gun in a national park, yet the Park Service doesn't let you take a gun into one of their buildings because they're just being douches. They don't like the fact
Yeah,
that Congress passed that law.
it goes beyond the Park Service. That's a whole thing. And without spilling the beans too much, there is litigation planned on that at a pretty high level.
Yeah, I mean, if Congress passes a law saying you can carry inside state parks to allow it, and then they say you can't carry inside our buildings in the state parks, like if you have to go into a building and use the bathroom or something, or just go in and you have to disarm when you go into these buildings. Yeah, they need to litigate that.
It's not even just the buildings. If you go into a porta potty, that is a federal structure that you can't enter.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Deadly serious.
Ugh. What a bunch of dildos in the Forest Service. Is it coming down from the Forest Service, or is it coming down from somewhere else?
No, it's not Forest Service. It is any federal building. And then there's also the issue with the Corps of Engineers managed lands. They say you can't have a gun there at all. There was a recent decision telling the Corps of Engineers, no, someone's camping, that's superior law, and their campsite is their home for the evening, and you can't infringe their right to bear arms inside their home.
Well, guys, if you'll excuse me, I'm about to fall asleep here at the wheel, so I'm going to go to bed. And I'll catch y'all probably Saturday at the earliest, because I'm going to be watching fireworks.
All right, have a good evening.
Catch you later, man.
Y'all have a good one, guys.
You too. Yeah, no, they seem to got rid of quite a few over pictures. Interesting. So what, I'm the only one talking now?
I mean, I think I'm an endangered species. There's only one of me.
Yeah, same. But there's what? 7 billion people kinda like you? And me?
If there were 7 billion people just like me, it would be scary. I wouldn't leave my house. Actually, that's not true. I'd probably never go back to my house. I like me.
You'd be your own best friend.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. So you get over your mono there, Flath?
For the most part, I believe so.
Good, good.
Yeah. I started bidding on jobs here this morning, so hopefully I'll have a job here by the end of the month.
Oh yeah, yeah, you should have. Busy season for you guys.
Yeah, especially now. Things started to warm up.
Mm-hmm.
So how
Yeah.
how high did the river get in your area?
It's pretty high, but it's like nowhere near flooding or anything.
All right.
It's more, yeah, to
I
the
heard
south
there
of
was
us,
a lot
it's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, I
It's
heard there
coming
was
this way, but I mean, I'm way up on the, you know,
You're
1,000
on the
feet.
high ground.
Yeah, the high ground and, kind of the outskirts. I'm probably, 3 miles from the river and quite a bit
Oh,
higher.
right on.
Yeah, it's kind of worrisome now, though. I don't have my boat anymore, so. Yeah, sold my boat. Kind of sucks, but I'm gonna buy a camper instead. Just trade one white elephant for another. I'm getting too old to do the tent camping, I think, though.
Probably gonna try to do some camping here next week. Been stuck in the house for over a month, so
Oh, fuck yeah. I'd be going nuts at that point. Yeah. But yeah, it's you can buy a really decent camper for around $1,500. That's
yeah.
most of the most of the shit you want. It's got a working bathroom, fridge, a stove, an oven, TV, microwave. Hey, when I'm talking camping at my age, I want the comforts.
Stripper pole.
People.
Mm.
You're the type of camp I can't despise, or I despise.
Yeah, well, I started out camping on a motorcycle, so did that for 10 years. And then I had like 10 years in the minivan and tents, and oh no, we did 20 years of that. We ended up with a really big tent, but I mean, we always had the boat to throw all the extra shit in. Now it's like I got to buy a camper just for somewhere to put all the shit we take camping. But I used to do it all on a motorcycle, so I mean, I was a minimal camper for a long time. Now, unfortunately, I'm old and I like my comforts. So, how much room, like 96 beer takes up if you're going for a week?
I don't know. You've seen these little mini pop-up trailers they have for motorcycles?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
A buddy of mine just picked up a Geezer Glide. Electro Glide. Yeah, no, Geezer Glide. And he's wanting the trailer set up for it.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, if you're going to ride a a convertible, one of those bikes, dressers, you might as well pull a trailer. Really, when you think about it, you should put a sidecar on it and then pull a trailer, as well as have the sidecar, because then you could really load that sucker up.
He actually called me up today asking about sidecar, so I was like, oh, God, don't do it.
Oh, yeah. I know. I actually, if I could get one of those Russian ones, I'd get one of those just for shits and giggles. Because they were 3-wheel or 2-wheel drive. Because they had a drive on the sidecar wheel, too.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
That was a cool option. It meant they could go fucking anywhere.
See, I want a sidecar with like a minigun mounted to it.
Yeah, that'd be a reason to have one of those replica German BMWs with a sidecar and the MG42 on it, man. No, it's just for parades, really. But that's a real MG42. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob, I've been thinking about, I got an old, what is it, 81? An 81 Dodge Ram Charger. I want to
Yeah.
convert it into a single cab custom box.
Oh yeah.
And I've been thinking about getting a replica M60 or a fake 50 cal mount in the back and see how fast it would take for me to get pulled over.
Yeah, not long. Actually, you know, in Canada, other than the fact that you're not allowed to shoot it from a moving vehicle, you could probably get one of those MG34s, right, that use a cloth belt, so you can have a 100-round belt in a semi-auto machine gun. But anyway, legal to own because it's got a nice long barrel. Put that on your German replica sidecar. I mean, if you were driving to the gun range and it had a trigger lock on it, wouldn't that technically be legal?
Even though trying to put a trigger lock on one of those rifles would be almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, you could probably make it work. It probably wouldn't stop you from pulling the trigger, but it would. It'd look good. It'd meet the requirement.
Yeah, because I've been looking at one of those Browning M37s.
Mm-hmm.
For like $5,200.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
totally legal in Canada.
Yep. Semi-auto. World War II squad automatic weapon.
Yep.
That can have a 100-round belt. Because it uses a cloth belt.
100 or 200?
Well, as big a belt as you can find, I guess.
But no,
I
you
don't
can
know
even. It doesn't even need a cloth belt. You can also use the chain or the steel link belt.
As long as it's not disintegrating belt, as long as it doesn't come apart. It's got to be. Other than that, it's got to be a continuous belt.
Mm.
Oh wait. So you guys
that.
can have a belt fed as long as it's not.
As long as it was built before. As long as it was built before 1945.
Yeah, and as long as it's semi-auto, it's been converted to semi-auto only.
Yeah, let's see if I can find the link here.
Yeah,
see, I'm trying to find a good price on a decent condition 1918 or older M1911, because in Florida, that's considered an antique firearm, not a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Which means it doesn't fall under any of the firearms prohibitions, which means you can actually carry one of these things without a concealed carry license, or you can carry it openly, or you can do all kinds of stuff with it.
Yeah, it's completely legal to carry, so it doesn't matter how you carry it.
Now, it doesn't mean that I'm going to actually go out and do that stuff because, well, you do it and people raise a stink about it, and next thing you know, I'm fighting off new legislation.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's cool to wander around carrying a 100-year-old gun. I mean, I got a 100-year-old bolt-action Mauser rifle. Shoots just like as good as any of my modern rifles. So,
Yeah, I've looked at them a few times over the years, and this has been like, okay, I'm not ready to drop $6,000 on a 1911 in this condition.
It's an antique, right? That's the thing.
I am not a gun collector. Sure, I'll collect guns, but I'm going to shoot them all, and I'm going to carry them.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, you wouldn't want
this rifle here.
Yeah, it's like I want my Browning high power, but I want World War II issue, so they're hard to find. Yeah, see, and that's fine. You can own that. That's cool, and it up to whatever round belt I think it is you can do. Well, I think I've got one for I think I got a link for the MG34, which is actually a far better gun. Unfortunately, it's in 8mm, so ammo's a little harder to get than the 30-06. But still, what the hell? I have so many
It's easy as long as you don't mind spending, you know, $60 in 3 minutes.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly it too. It's like, oh man, it's kind of hard to. If you can't get surplus ammo, it's really hard to justify some of these guns, you know.
Well, it's really the one reason I haven't tried to go out and buy something with full auto is just because, okay, I'm going to shoot marginally faster and spend a lot of money doing it. And I spent enough time to go in full rock and roll in the military where it was just like, you know, most of the time we were shooting in semi-auto mode anyway.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, is this the one? I think it is. Yeah.
Which one are you interested in, Bob? The 34?
Yeah, Browning high power. World War II issue, or I'll settle for something earlier, like if there's an early production run that's, you know, basically the same standards. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, because we can also get the MG34.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. SFRC ammo, your ammo source also has surplus. I mean, they got stuff like crates of Russian captured German K98s in 8mm Mauser, right? You can get a crate of them. Yeah. Oh no, that's one rifle. $629 for one rifle, but they're showing them pictures of them in the crates. We've got crates of them.
For $600?
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Oh, here. Why didn't I just... I'm still trying to find the machine gun there.
Yeah, because I just sent another link up about the MG34.
Oh, okay, cool. There you go. That's a very, very cool surplus ammo gun place. You know, the Russian, most of them got sniper for, oh, that's way too much. $649? I wouldn't pay that. Doesn't have the scope with it. They like to do combos where they give you the rifle and, you know, 1,000 rounds of ammo. Ah, there it is. It's on page 3. It's, I'll just put the link up.
Yeah, 8mm, I don't know about that.
Yeah, but there is surplus ammo available now. It's there's more surplus ammo coming up every day on that. They're a cool gun, though. I mean, they're so simple looking compared to some of the more modern ones, you know. They do just kind of look like a piece of pipe with a pistol grip and a stock on it. Like,
oh yeah.
I mean, oh, I want that so bad. Look, it's got the double snail magazine. I mean, how cool is that?
Yeah, but we'd have to pin the drum at 5.
Nope. Not if they use these belts.
No?
Nope.
So what's the difference between, well, besides the disintegrating belt obviously comes apart in pieces, but
yeah,
where does it say that we're not allowed to have the disintegrating belts?
It's you got to go to the, you know, Canada Firearms. Crap, and I don't have that page on this computer. That just gives you the gun laws. I think it's the RCMP GRU gun website. But yeah, I mean, we're unable to sell this machine gun to the USA. They got 3 of them in stock. But it's $5,299. I'm not going to spend that much money for a gun that I'm really not going to really use. I mean, technically you could go deer hunting or moose hunting with it, but people would look at you like you were fucking insane. And you could say if you were hunting with it, you could only put 5 rounds in it.
All right, gentlemen. Well, 2 in the morning for me, so you all have a good evening.
Yeah, you too. Take her easy. It's only midnight for us. You're on the same time as us now, aren't you, Flav? Midnight there?
12:02.
Yeah, same here. And now I work late most of the time.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, I got to do another video soon. I got to finish up my little fishing dinghy. Now that that's going to be my only way to get out in the lake, unless I, go with my buddy. Pretty much when I go camping in the summer, he brings his boat, and it's a big honking super fishing boat. So it's usually pretty cool if I go along. Unless him and his wife got something planned for after they catch some fish. And then it's like, I'm not invited, which is fine. Him and his wife are my age. But yeah, it works out pretty well with my little fishing dinghy in that the one lake that's really close to the campground is electrics only, like electric, or you're in a canoe or a paddle boat or something like that. But it's a reasonable sized lake, and it's full of fucking trout and pickerel. And because you can't take the power boats out on it, the guys who are, intense fishers, they don't go out there. Occasionally you'll see 1 or 2 of them. They'll actually pull the tanks out of their boat, and then they'll put their big boat down there and just use their big trolling motor like their electric troller, to run around the lake. But it just looks funny, And then all the trouble to go through to launch one of those boats just to go and run it around at 3 miles an hour for about the hour that you get out of your batteries on those big pigs. Whereas this little dinghy, battery will last me all day, as long as it's not windy. If it's windy, then it's like me and my little dinghy going 0.5 mile an hour against the wind. I'm trying to get back to the dock before it gets dark and my battery runs out of power. Low impact fishing, though. Plus, it's more exciting. You're in a rubber inflatable boat and you're using sharp hooks to catch fish with. And mine's 20 years old.
Yeah, I've been kind of looking at boats lately, but it's like, nah.
Unless you got kids that need to be pulled around in a tube or something, you're better off just to get, like, if you're cool with canoes, go with a canoe. Even if you get one that's, got a flat back and you can put a trolling motor on, or a little 3 horsepower, that's the way to go out fishing. The big fancy boats, it's great. You got a stereo, you got mini bar, all that kind of crap. Live wells and all that. It's not going to make you catch more fish. I guess maybe get across the lake further, but the little simple stuff is way more fun. Plus, boats are just a fucking money pit. Mine, I actually sold mine for the same money I paid for it, which was kind of amazing, but it was getting to the point where, okay, well, I would have had to probably rebuild the bottom leg eventually. It was getting to that point. It was, in the next couple of years, I'd have to rebuild the bottom leg or put a new motor on it because it was 2-stroke. So they're starting to get not welcome in a lot of lakes. So yeah, it was like, gonna have to start spending money. Plus, it's a fiberglass boat, and they start to get a little spongy after a while. Didn't leak or anything, but yeah, it was like, you drop the motor and you could watch the transom move about an inch either way. It's like, damn. Anyway, got my money back out of it, and but not the money I'd spent because I'd put wheels on the trailer, I'd put bearings in the trailer, how else did I change on that thing? Oh, I changed putting all new lights on it. So I didn't get any of that money back, but I did get to use it for 6 years, so 8 years, whatever. So it was all right. Didn't really lose money. But yeah, I wouldn't do it again. It was a lot of work. Took up a lot of room in the yard. That's another thing, is storing boats. You got to pay to store them somewhere, or you got to have room to park them in your yard. And you might think, oh, that won't be that bad, but eventually it does get to be like, there's. Once I sold my boat, I went, oh, I have so much more driveway. I can actually pull my truck all the way up to the garage door. Can't get in the garage because my rancheros and motorcycles in there and my Montego. So never let your wife pick a house without going and looking how big the garage is, because they'll tell you it's the same size as the one you got, but they're lying because they don't know.
Well, I'm just doing some reading here, Bob.
Yeah.
And here it's saying the only exemption for belt/linked fed firearms is the 223. It doesn't say anything about. It doesn't say anything about breakaway or fiber belts.
Okay, well maybe that's changed, but
because
as far as I knew, the only way you could have those things with more than a 5-round magazine was if you used a belt, and it had to be a cloth belt, not a metallic belt.
Like, I don't know, this is just one source so far, but it says, are there any exceptions to the magazine capacity limits? It says, as a matter of fact, there are. Some examples are the M1 Garand, if used 8-round clip. So you are allowed to use an 8-round clip in M1.
In the Garand, yes. So that's just, because it's the only way to come.
And then here it says, any belt/link designed for belt-fed machine guns designed before 1945 is exempt from the 5-round rule. Quotation marks. Before you get too excited, a 223 belt would not be exempt. The 223 wasn't designed till the 60s.
Well, okay, well that's cool. That means M60, M42. Well, but the Bren gun doesn't use a belt though. It uses a clip magazine. That's why they're limited. Well, actually, they're completely restricted now. You can't own the Bren gun anymore, which is kind of sad because it's a part of our military history.
There's a lot of things that.
Well, it's that one gun line. That's the one that the conservatives keep saying they will rescind. But I think we have to start writing letters to them and reminding them that, look, you guys, we're coming up on an election. The only reason conservatives get my vote is because of their stand on guns. And sad as that sounds, because it's the only party that gives us any kind of gun rights. The other two parties just want to strip us of everything. Normally I would be a guy who would vote probably NDP, and I do provincially. But yeah.
Well, there's a rifle I wouldn't mind trying to find.
Yeah, what?
Soviet Block RPD and PKM.
No, send a link, man.
Well, no, I'm just going to like Yahoo Answers or whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if this is Canadian or American, but
Mm. Yeah, I like I mean that SVT-40. I can get the sniper scope for it, right? And the mount. But it costs more than the damn rifle. Because the rifle I got is so nice. I mean, the riflings are beautiful. It's in good shape, except the stock right in the forehand. It looks like somebody's put it over a cinder block wall and fired about 2,000 rounds through it. You know, it's all scraped up. But other than that, I mean, the thing shoots really sweet. So I'd really love to put that scope and mount on it. But like I say, it's more than the cost of the fucking rifle.
why can't I find this?
Oh shit, yours is at a better price. MG.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bookmark this one. TNW. Is TNW, is that in Canada though?
Oregon.
Oh well, that doesn't do us any good because we can't get it.
Well, no, they do ship to Canada, but also if you, what is it, called Gun Runners, or
Yeah.
go to the Gun Runners website.
Yeah.
They might have something in there, or you can contact. They can get it for you at a reasonable at a reasonable gun brokerage rate. Because I heard they're pretty cheap for a gun brokerage.
Yeah. I wouldn't spend that much money on a gun.
Oh, if I had a couple more grand, I'd buy one.
Yeah, but you're young and you've got expendable income because you work in the oil patch. Myself, I'm old, looking to retire. So I mean, as it is now, I mean the only reason I'm going to buy a handgun is because I'm going to sell like I think one of my 30-06s, maybe a couple of shotguns. I might get rid of a 22 just because I don't have a use for it. I'm not going to get rid of my little Cooey rabbit gun because I mean it's the freaking shortest little 22 rifle you've ever seen. It's made for little kids, But yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to get rid of my little FN 22 single shot just because I don't use it. I should get rid of all my 22 single shots except, the one I got from my dad and my sons and my original one. So it's 3, plus I have to have my 10/22. That's 4. So even going to bare minimum, I have 4 22s. Which is probably fine. I really don't need 6. Same with shotguns. I was looking in the shotgun cabinet the other day and going, why do I have this many shotguns? I got like lots of shotguns do the same damn thing. I got 3 short-barreled shotguns. Okay, how many deer, realistically, how many deer am I gonna, hunt that I need a slug gun for or / home protection gun? Well, I only need one, really.
Well, if you're camping, you can probably put the shotgun in your trailer.
Well, when I go camping, I take my little double barrel cowboy gun because it fits in the Ruger 10/22 takedown bag. So I got a 22 and a 12 gauge in the same bag, and then just carry a toolbox full of ammo. So everything's locked up and nice and safe and legal, and I got a 12 gauge, so it's only a double barrel. I don't care. That's going to stop fucking near anything. And if it won't, I got a 22 Ruger with a 110 round drum. Which worked freaking flawlessly. I can't say enough about this drum magazine. It's just amazing. It's German, that's probably why, but not a fucking failure to feed. My Butler Creek 25 rounders, I had 2 failures with them, not a single failure with this drum magazine. I mean, it was just amazing. My finger got tired from pulling the trigger that much. Plus, the 2 Elmer Fuds that were down the lane from me, like on the shooting range, they were kind of like, "Are you done now?" Well, they didn't have a southern accent, but it makes it sound funnier. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna go pick up my target now." And I was shooting at 50 yards, and the target was just gone. There's just the outside edge of the paper. It's like, damn, if I was at the fair, I would win something for this. Because I got rid of the star.
Now, here's something interesting. Hand crank Gatling guns are not considered to be fully automatic because they do not have the capability of discharging projectiles in rapid succession during one pressure of the trigger. They don't have triggers. A Gatling gun is a series of manual operated repeating rifle being worked in succession by a crank. So legally a Canadian can own a Gatling gun?
Oh, that's what it sounds like. And if you've seen, they've got little small ones that are only about 3 feet long.
Little 22 ones.
Well, no, you can get like little 30 caliber ones that are like, maybe 3 feet long. They're black powder. And you have to custom load your cartridges. But I mean, they got like 50 round clips, magazines. Maybe those are clips. I don't know. Magazines that top load, and it's called a Bulldog, I think. And it's a little short Gatling gun, and yeah, it's fucking badass. Comes in a little crate. You could set it up easy. You can carry it yourself, like you carry it, but I don't know how you crank it. But yeah, it's a small little gun. Weighs maybe 50 pounds. So theoretically, you could have like a full auto. It would be a Gatling gun. I don't think you could get one that was modern made, though.
I don't know. There's nothing.
22 rimfire.
There's nothing here that's like. I'm in the machine gun category of the NFA website, and.
So if you knew a good machinist, you could make yourself a 22 caliber Gatling gun, which would be ideal for 22 caliber because like any round that doesn't fire still gets just dumped out, eh?
They already have 22 Gatling guns. They're little belt fed.
Maybe that might be the thing. Maybe you can have a belt fed one. Mind you, and on the other hand, when you think about it, they had these dump magazines on the later Gatling guns that you would just like put cartridges in, and the way it was designed, it would just funnel them, turn them right side up, and funnel them into the gun in the proper direction and everything. So you could just like dump bullets into the top of this funnel thing.
Yeah, because even the old original. It's the Browning Gatling gun, right?
No, not Browning. No, it was Gatling. He was a doctor in the pre-Civil War or something. Decided he would design this in order to make war so horrible they would just not have war anymore. Didn't work out so well.
Yeah, because it was a gravity-fed magazine on that particular rifle. Like, what's his name?
I think the doctor's name was Gatling.
I think so too, but I thought it was like Browning or something, but yeah. I don't
No,
know.
John Browning was the guy who designed the 1911 and the H2 and all kinds of. Browning was the god. He was god of
Wasn't it
gun
Colt that
design.
designed the
He designed the high
1911?
power.
That's right.
Yeah.
Everyone out there don't have
And the
anything.
Colt 45, the classic, Colt 45, that was his design. The BAR was his design. The 30 caliber you were showing, that was his design. It was based off his design. Yeah, fuck, near everything was based off his fucking design. He was the most prolific gun designer in the world, I think.
Yeah, but Colt designed the Peacemaker, which was the 45 long Colt.
Right. Yeah. Yeah,
Not
but the
Browning.
Colt 45 1911, that was the Browning design.
Oh, the ACP. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you said 45, I automatically went to.
Oh yeah, I went to the Colt. Yeah.
I got a revolver thing.
Oh, I love
Or a 45
revolvers. I
long
think
Colt
that's where I'm really torn. I really want my Browning high power. Just because it was, it's got a relation to my dad, but I want a cowboy gun just because it's a fucking cowboy gun, and I think
Get
cowboy
yourself
guns are
a
cool,
45
man.
long Colt.
No, I would go the 38 357 just for the
No.
availability of ammo.
No.
Yes, and
45
it's still
long
got
Colt.
lots of punch. It's still got lots of punch, and
Why do you think the U.S. military designed the 1911 because the 38 was garbage?
no, because a 38 special. Well, it wasn't even a 38 special with 38 Smith and Wesson. It wouldn't stop someone. Well, it wouldn't stop I mean, nowadays it still would be just looked at this pathetic. That's what handgun rounds were back then, and they just wanted more punch. That's why they went to 45 ACP, because it had officers saying, "We like our 45 Colt. Give us our 45 Colt back," and they were, "It's single action. It's archaic. You're not going to get it." But yeah, that's why. But the modern 357 is in a completely different class. I mean, you could put it as higher powered than the 45 ACP easily. So, and it's more available. So that's why I would get that in a single action. And it's still kind of cowboy tradition because they did have 38s in those days. 32s. I mean, the Colt cap and ball revolvers were 32s, the Navy's.
Cap and ball. Well, they were various, but
yes,
cap and ball was damn near everything all the way up to like a 70.
Oh yeah, yeah. But the pistols were usually, like I say, 32s, 38s, 45s, or 44s maybe. I think 44s is more common. But yeah, I mean but yeah, cap and ball. But the Navy revolver, the first revolver type with a fold out trigger and everything, I think that thing was a 32. But it was still deadly because people got shot in those days and they went, "Oh, I'm dead," because there was no fucking going to the doctor. You were done.
Yeah, because I was watching.
A buddy of mine built one of those ones from a kit. Those little 32 Navy revolvers, and it was like, you'd look, 30 caliber isn't teensy tiny. It's not like a 22. It's a small ball. And that black powder was such a bitch. It was so fucking dirty. By the end of going shooting for an afternoon, you came home and you looked like you were in blackface. Just have these white eyes where your glasses were protecting your eyes. But they were fun. I mean, and dirt cheap. The thing is, you could go and shoot for an afternoon for a couple of bucks. But still, it was. You see, the thing is, I want my high power. I want my single action, just because single actions are just a hoot. But then I'm thinking practical gun. something I was going to have for a practical if shit hit the fan and I had to start wearing one. I'm thinking the Norinco copy of the SIG 226, because from everything I've read about them, they are uber reliable. They're just a little crude on the finish. Other than that, they work in some cases better than the SIG. Like, their reliability is just faultless. But, you know, they're a little crude. The grips aren't great, but they say, well, you can put SIG grips on it, you know. It'll fit all the SIG accessories fit it. Just goes to show you, though, that, like, I mean, China has no respect for copyright.
Yeah, it always.
And probably, you know, you don't want to support it, but at the same time, it's like, oh, how can you turn down a SIG 226 for $300? That's what it amounts to. You know, it's a cruder version. It's not as well finished, but that doesn't matter to functionality. And because they've copied the design exactly, they function exactly as well as a SIG. And where it's mattered for them to do polishing and finishing, they have. They just haven't done it on the, you know, exterior where it doesn't really matter as much. So they make it function just as good, but it's a little uglier. Which I don't give a rat's ass. I don't buy a gun because it's pretty. Well, I bought a shotgun because it's pretty, but normally I don't buy a gun because it's pretty. I buy a gun because it works.
It depends on the type of firearm.
Yeah, I suppose you got different guns to do different jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we're allowed links or cloth belts.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't know that. I thought it was only cloth belts. Excellent, man. That makes me want to buy one more, but at the same time, it's like, I guess if I got it in 308 and I can get rid of one of my other 308s, I'm trying to get back to my two-gun rule where I just have two guns in the same caliber.
Well, I've done a pretty good job at that. Because that was my first big thing was, okay, if I start getting into firearms, I want to make sure I got two of everything within the same caliber.
Yeah, and that's what I've tried to do.
The only thing I don't have is a 9mm rifle to match my IWI Jericho.
Yeah.
But like I got my 45 ACP Chris, and then to match the Chris, I got my Kimber.
Yeah.
45 long Colt, I got my Colt New Vaquero and my Winchester lever.
Yeah, that's a good combination.
And to also match that, I also got my Rossi Circuit Judge, which is 45 long Colt and 410 shot.
No, that's a nice backup.
So that's pretty much my duplicate ammunition. And then I got my 12 gauge, my 20 gauge, my 9mm Jericho, and my 30-30 lever action Winchester that I still need to fix.
Yeah, well, the 30-30, it's really hard to get anything other than another 30-30 in it. There are a few bolt action 30-30s out there, which are kind of interesting.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I was talking to a gunsmith down in Edmonton. He said because what I'm thinking is it's the hammer shear
Mm-hmm.
where the shear in the hammer is wore out. He said he could probably either make one or find a new one,
Mm-hmm.
or find a used one that's in good shape.
Yeah. Well, there's probably lots of them that have been other ways the barrel's been bent and people have stripped them for parts. So I mean, the parts are available. But they made a lot of them in that caliber.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My buddy's got one that.
They're
Yeah,
still
my
making
buddy's
a
got
damn
one.
rifle, aren't they?
Yeah, my buddy's got one that's been in his family for I bet you close to 100 years, and it spent years just behind the seat of a pickup truck back in the day, right? Just throw them back there with the crescent wrenches and the
Yeah.
fencing pliers and everything else bouncing up and down in the little trough that was behind the seat in the old pickups. And so it's just like beat, but shoots perfectly, you know, and he just wipes it down with an oily cloth once in a while, make sure the barrel's clean anytime he's used it. And damn, I mean, this, like I say, this is probably 100-year-old lever action that's still today, you know, ready to go. It's taken a couple of deer in the last 10 years, I'm sure.
Well, that's the good thing. Well, that's what I like about the older rifles. They take a licking and keep on ticking.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, like any of my military shit. That's the bad part. When I started picking up the military stuff, that's when it got like, oh crap, now I got to get another one. Because it started with the Mosin, right? You know, I got the Mosin just because they were cheap. And I got a really nice one, nice hex receiver Mosin. And took it out and shot it 4 or 5 times. Went, yeah, that's fun. Put it in the safe. And but then, you know, when I started getting more and more into the kind of preparedness and stuff, it was like, oh, got to have every caliber, and then realized how cheap that ammo was for the Mosin. So I went, oh, you know, well, I got to get some of that. You know, a couple of cans of that. I've got some, you know, backups for shit hits the fan. And then thought, you know, I need another rifle in this caliber. Thought about buying another Mosin. Thought about it for about 5 seconds. Went, oh, fuck no. And then luckily TradeX had SVT 40s on sale, and I was like, oh, fucking A, you know, for $329, I think it was. I think it was around 320. It was like, you know, under 400.
Oh, I've been thinking about getting SVT 40, but
oh, they shoot so good. They're fucking long though.
I'd still I'd still like to get myself a Dragunov, but thanks to Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, so get an SVT-40, get the sniper scope mount for it and stuff like that. You got 10-round box magazines. You can get the magazines. They make them. I bought, because I'm a fucking idiot, I bought 2 extra magazines when I bought the rifle, right, at $80 a pop. And then they didn't fit because they're reproductions, so I had to do a bunch of hand fitting and filing, but got them to work finally. And then realized, well, they're all pinned to 5 rounds. Why did I bother? Because you can get 5-round stripper clips for the Mosin that also fits the SVT-40. So, I mean, just leave the same clip in there. Just use stripper clips on it, you know? Those things work great.
Oh, yeah, those strippers, I love them.
If you learn to use them, you know, you can keep up a rate of fire that's pretty close to being what you would do with a magazine.
Yep. The only thing I find with some of those stripper clips is that the stupid spring in the ends, some of them are naturally wore out, so when you take the damn thing out of the box, like 1 or 2 fall out, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No, yeah, the ones I'm getting for TradeX are brand new. They're reproductions, but they work really good. So it's like, you know, why not just have a couple of 100 rounds loaded up on these stripper clips, and it's just, you know, 5 rounds, poof, 5 rounds, poof. Now, you know, if shit hits the fan, you take the pin out of the magazine, it's like 10 rounds, you know, or I fired 3 rounds, another 5 rounds, you know, like I'm down to 3 rounds, I should say, you know, I'm down to 3 rounds, pop in another 5, you know.
Well, it's funny, like, I bought an SKS back when I first got my license.
Mm-hmm.
And the little pin on the SKS is right on the spring hinge for the magazine.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, when was it last year, the year before, I bought another one.
Yeah.
They redesigned the pin to go inside the magazine.
Oh yeah.
So it takes a little more. If you wanted to, it would take a little bit more finesse to break that pin off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, whereas the SKS I got, it looks like they took a bolt and they welded a bolt to the bottom of the magazine well to limit it to 5 rounds. Oh, boobies. There was boobies in Flask's picture for a minute.
Yeah, my boobies.
But
my
yeah,
boobies,
it looks
but
like
my
they just
boobies.
welded a bolt to the bottom of the magazine, eh? It's just like this, so crude.
Yeah.
But I can still, well, actually all I did is I bought a Tapco 20 round, one of those plastic ones, and shit hits the fan. I'm going to, just that little block in the bottom comes off real easy.
Yeah.
And then, you know,
Oh, it's
from stripper clips, in a 20 round mag, it doesn't make the rifle that big. You can still use the bipod really easily. And yeah, it's like 2 stripper clips. You're full up, ready to go. Easy to top up with strippers. I mean, yeah, and you know, I'm the kind of guy I like to have lots of strippers around. And I think I got
Mhm.
I got
As
about
long as you don't get
4
nothing from them.
400 or 500 rounds of 7.62 by 3.9 on stripper clips in SKS ammo pouches. On belts, right? Because you can just throw them over your shoulder.
7.62 by what?
39.
You only got how many rounds?
Well, no, I have 400 in stripper clips. I've got more than that as a, you know, reserve
Yeah,
type thing.
Let's see here, because I got 4 spam cans. And then I got, oh Christ, I don't know how many I got on stripper clips.
Yeah. Well, I got a crate I haven't opened yet, so. But I bought a bunch of stuff that was non-corrosive, just because okay, I'm lazy. I don't like to have to clean my guns every time after I come back from shooting. You know, because if I'm going to shoot them this week, I'll clean them after that time, right? Unless it's corrosive. If it's corrosive, you have to do it. And, you know, that's a pain in the ass.
I don't know. Like my one SKS, actually the one I'm refinishing.
Yeah.
I think in the 4 years I own that thing, I only cleaned it twice.
Mm-hmm.
And I used corrosive ammo in that thing.
Really?
And it still shoots dead straight.
Maybe. Oh, you probably had a chrome bore. But the big thing is it rots around the bolt, is what I found. Like, I mean, I didn't clean mine for 2 days after I shot corrosive, and it was starting to get like mold around the bolt head and shit like that, and it was like, whoa, crap, hey. But the easiest way to do it, take the stock off, take it into the fucking bathroom, put it in the bathtub, and blow hot water through it. Through every part of it.
What do you use for lubrication?
After that, then you just use like one of the spray-on gun lubes, put that down the barrel, run it through the gas tube and everything, and clean it. Like, the biggest thing, pipe cleaners. Pipe cleaners are the greatest thing because you can clean gas tubes with them and shit. But yeah, the water neutralizes the acids or the salts, I guess.
I think the reason why my rifle hasn't corroded yet is because I use that Hops 9 rifle grease.
Oh, maybe.
It comes in like an old style toothpaste tube.
Yeah.
Oh, I just smother the hell out of my rifle in that stuff. And yeah, like I said, I've only cleaned the damn thing twice in the 4 years I've owned it.
Really? Yeah, my SKS I've found if I'm shooting corrosive, which I kind of quit doing. I opened one of my spam cans from my first crate and shot, I don't know, maybe, I think 700 rounds per can. I probably went through most of that. I might have had 100 rounds left. But then I found a deal on TradeX for non-corrosive, like modern soft point ammo. So I went, well, I want 1,000 rounds of that. So I ordered it up, and I've been shooting that ever since. It's really freaking accurate. Plus, it's soft point. I mean, I'm going to keep 500 rounds back just for, shit hits the fan, and I need a hunting round in 7.62 by 3.9 because it's a good deer round. It's good for most small, carnivores. Anything up to about, 300 pounds. Yeah, it's 30 caliber. It's good out to about 200 yards. Perfect for hunting around here.
Like my SKS, I was shooting targets at 400 yards with that thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the SKS. When I used to own,
I'm getting probably. Well, back when I was shooting a lot with it, I was getting 12 to 18-inch groupings with that thing at 400 yards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not bad.
For open sights, that's pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I used to own the VZ58, which is now prohibited, so I no longer own one. Anyway, it was good to 200. I never shot it beyond 200. Never shot the SKS beyond 200. The only gun I've shot beyond 200 was my 30-06, my dad's semi-automatic. I shot that at 500 yards about, and it was still good to, like I say, about pie plate, 12-inch, 18-inch, something like that. So if you had an elk or something like that at that range, you'd kill it. You'd hit it where it counts, right? Lungs, heart. Biggest thing with hunting for food is, you want to make it a sure kill, but at the same time you want to make it a quick kill because you don't want to have to be chasing the fucking thing. I mean, you can gut shoot an animal and run it down real quick, but it's still going to be, take you 12 hours and the animal suffers, and that's not good. Whereas if it's lungs or heart, it's pretty much instant.
Yeah, then you got shitty meat.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that too.
I don't know. In a shit hits the fan scenario, I think I'd be trying to get up close, personal, and headshots.
Oh, well, like Yankee says, I'd be hunting cows, right? You'd be hunting cows, and you hunt them with a hammer. So.
Well, for now, wait about 10 years before they get wild again.
Oh, yeah. No, it'll only take them about 10 years before they're going to be, they're not going to be like a deer or something because they're just different. Most of them aren't going to survive anyway. But the thing is, there's so many, they're going to become like buffalo herds. Like if you weed the people out, right? If there's less people, then it becomes that
the Great Plains of cows.
Yeah. I mean, really, think about it, right? If there was like a zombification and zombies didn't eat cows, or just a plague, a pandemic, right, kills 90% of the population. Well, that means most of the cows are going to be running wild.
Yeah. Or at least, yeah.
And the ones that don't die after the first year, they're going to become just like the buffalo used to be. And there's going to be huge fucking herds of them.
There'll be big herds, and I never really thought about that.
Yep.
But also you'd have to worry about some of the unsmart city folk who'll probably be slaughtering who knows how many down because they don't know how to preserve their food.
Well, there will be, but at the same time, you're going to realize pandemic situations, you lose 90% of your population. There's so few of them left. They're not going to think about that. They're going to be scavenging canned food, stuff like that. Because with 90% of the population gone, that's going to be a huge resource. Is all the stuff that's either in transit, and if it's in cans, if it's in refrigerated trucks, you get 24 hours basically for that.
Well, let's say Yellowstone blows up.
Mm-hmm.
Because isn't Old Faithful something like 40,000 years overdue or something? And that's
Yeah,
supposed to wipe out over.
Well, I don't think it's 40,000 years. There is a. It is overdue though, and it's a super volcano, and they erupt
Yeah.
every so many hundreds of millions of years, and I mean literally we would feel the effects here severely. I mean it would just blanket us with like 3 feet of ash, and plus we'd feel the explosions and all that kind of stuff. So it'd be really bad here for a long time. Like you better have a lot of canned food.
Like that's my form of shit hits the fan. Not so much zombies, but like.
Yeah. Well, I know. I
natural
only say
disasters
zombies
like
because
that.
the people who didn't have like 3 months of canned food in their cupboard, after 2 weeks, they're going to be out there trying to get whatever they can get. If they think you got some, they're going to try to take it.
But also, like my biggest thing, the nuclear reactors. We'd be dead within a year.
No, because actually we wouldn't, because the wind goes the other way. So when all the nuclear reactors that are in the East Coast blow, the wind all goes out to sea and then circles around. It doesn't actually come and drop on us.
Yeah, but
we've got the northern.
Radiation, that radiation would eventually fill up and push.
Yeah, but I mean, by the time it gets to us, it's not going to be an instant kill. It's going to be like, oh, we're only going to live to be 40 years old from now on. We're still going to be able to have, well, we might have problems having kids later on, but I mean, we will survive.
Like that's my biggest thing. I kind of laugh about some people that talk about shit hits the fan and stuff like that. My first thing is nuclear power plants.
Oh, you got to be worried about them, and that's why I've never wanted one in Saskatchewan. They used to talk about putting one here, and people were just like, "Yeah, I know. Most of the uranium the world uses now comes from Saskatchewan because we've got these huge uranium mines, but we don't want it in our province, right?" Like, we think they're too dangerous, eh? But we'll sell you the uranium for yours. Or for your, uranium enhanced bullets or whatever, We're cool with that, but we just, don't want to have a nuclear reactor here.
Well, the thing is, like Nixon, he screwed it up because there was another form of nuclear power plant. It was the
sodium one.
I
think it used
the liquid salt palladium nuclear power plants.
Thorium one?
Thorium, yeah.
Right, yeah. But he didn't want to go with that one.
Yeah, because you can't make nuclear warheads out of the depleted thorium.
Yeah. Doesn't work to make warheads yeah.
Yeah, there's no money in the depleted thorium.
Yeah.
God damn tooth.
Yeah. What are you gonna do, man? What time is it? It's not even 1 o'clock yet. I got 10 more minutes. I'm gonna get another beer. Be right back.
No, okay.
Well, I want you to go to bed so you can get up tomorrow. You slept all day. All right, I'm going to start making myself get up earlier then, just to show you guys that you should. I'm back. Change my what you call it, my picture. I'm gonna go back to me. There I am. Is my Fred's having dinner still up? Oh yeah, Fred having a snack still. Yeah, I've got this thing came up on my screen. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how to get rid of it. But it lets me put like text and stuff, and like apparently draw and stamp, and I have no fucking idea what it is or why it's here, but
What, Bob
it
having
is.
a snack?
Well, Fred was. Yeah, that was my little snake.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I can still see Fred having a snack on your
Yeah.
lower.
Yeah. Very weird. Now I'm going to change it to a gun picture. It'll still be there. Yeah, there it is. Now I got to garbage can it. There we go. I'll change it to my favorite Make Americans Crazy picture. Isn't that just such a sweet gun? But you got to realize that's a 3-foot long box. It's hanging on the wall there. So that's 4. That's 5. It's like it's almost as tall as me.
Well, they were a sniper rifle, so.
Well, they weren't. They were a main battle rifle. They were supposed to replace a Mosin, but they were fucking complicated and hard to clean. And give that to a Russian peasant. Fuck, I have enough trouble figuring out how to take it apart and clean it. And I got YouTube videos telling me how. Yeah, I can see why they decided, you know what? Gun's worth more than the soldier. But it is a damn good gun. I mean, it shoots really well. I mean, it's got an adjustable gas system. It was, I think, I don't have the Garand yet. I've only shot one once, and that was fucking when I was 18 years old, so that was like a half a century ago. But I can't wait to get one. If we ever get those ones on, that were supposed to be coming from South Korea. Oh, I want to do a side-by-side comparison just to see. I think this thing may outshoot the Garand.
Those the Norinco style M1?
No. They're supposed to, remember the surplus ones that were supposed to go to the States, and then they changed their laws so that they couldn't buy surplus military equipment or something. It was something Obama did. So they couldn't import any of these M1 Garands that had been used in South Korea and were, now like they were been in storage forever. And now they said, okay, well, we don't really need to keep these anymore. We should sell them off. And they tried to sell them back to the Americans, and they made a law they couldn't have them back. So apparently they're supposed to come, or some of them are apparently supposed to come to Canada. So it's going to be like, Korean War issue. Some of them might actually be wartime guns that were used. 30-06 M1s, and there's supposed to be some 30 caliber carbines coming. Actually, they said there was going to be 30 the M1 Grand tanker versions, the short-barreled folding wire stock M1s. And I'm thinking, oh, that would look so cool. I don't want to ever shoot one. Like fucking wire stock on a 30-06. Would not be fun. But they're supposed to. I mean, this is, what I heard is we were going to get these things because they couldn't ship them in the States. They were going to ship them to, or at least some of them, to Canada and sell them, military surplus. And yeah, I've heard nothing since that. It's like maybe somebody else bought them. But wouldn't that be nice? I'd love to have a Korean War vintage M1 Garand. I mean, the Canadian invented the gun. He's the one who designed it. He was a Canadian. You're welcome, America. Your iconic gun was designed by a Canadian. What is the iconic? Here's one. What's the iconic American gun? Is it the Colt 45 Peacemaker? Is it the M1 Garand? Or the AR-15 M16? or the Colt 45? What is the iconic American gun?
I'd have to say the Peacemaker.
You think the
'Cause that's
Peacemaker?
the one
Yeah.
I'd say the Peacemaker because that changed everything. That changed the rules of war. That there,
Yeah.
because that was
Yeah.
the first. Because that was the first cartridged wheel gun and
Well,
the fastest loading. And
first
it was
map,
also the fastest loading
right?
firearm.
Mm. Yeah, I think you might be right there. I mean, it'd be nice if we had an American opinion. Apparently
Because
not.
I don't know. Historically speaking, I'd have to say the Peacemaker.
Mm.
And
Yeah, I
then
think
after that,
I'm not disagreeing with you there for sure. Yeah, I think you're right.
because I don't know the
Well, you just think American, you think cowboy.
like yeah like it would be
Well, cowboy or
the Peace
gangster, one or the other.
Peacemaker would be number one. The M1 Garand would probably be number two.
I don't know. I was kind of thinking the Colt 45 number 2, the 45 automatic. You know, the 1911.
I don't know, like the M1 Garand and the Ace and the 45 ACP, those were both introduced
Yeah, they kind of.
around
Well, no, they weren't.
the
The
same
Grand came
time.
way
No,
later
no,
than the pistol.
the 45 was first because the 45 ACP was designed around the 1911.
Yeah. Or we're also
And then
forgetting
and
the
then
Thompson. Isn't the Thompson with the drum? That's classic Americana.
Thompson, I believe, is 1930s, isn't it?
No,
19,
no, it's
1920s,
20s.
1930s?
It was actually originally designed for World War One, but it never got built in time. It was just too late for World War One, so it was 1918, 1919, somewhere in there. So they were actually sold for varmint control for cowboys.
Yeah,
Nice
but the
light, quick
1911
carbine
July
for
1911.
coyotes, wolves, rustlers. And they were full auto. They were selling full auto through the mail, man. But yeah, I mean, it's so hard. I think you're right though. It's the single action Colt 40, the Peacemaker. That's the iconic American gun. You can make a case for the other ones, but seen from outside America, it's going to be the cowboy gun because we see Americans as cowboys. In chaps and short shorts. Well, just Yankee, but
Let's see here. Thompson minigun.
Thompson minigun.
In service, 1938 to 1971. So yeah, the 45 ACP was designed primarily for. Oh no, that was in service.
Yeah.
Designed 1917 to 1920.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, they were designed for World War One. They were going to be great for clearing the trenches, but then they didn't get used for that. So instead, they got sold to ranchers, and then of course the gangsters went. It's a 45, and it's got a 100-round drum magazine I can use.
Yeah,
I am going to kick some ass.
Yeah, production 1921 to present, number built almost 3 million.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can still buy semi-auto ordnance, and I'm pretty sure you can probably still get full auto ones.
20-round stick, 30-round stick, 50-round drum, or 100-round drum.
Yeah, the 100-round drum was huge.
I actually know a guy that had one for sale,
Really?
but you need a pro hip license to buy it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always surprised my brother never bought one because he's got the Prohib license and everything. He's actually a collector, one of the last collector licenses issued. Um, and he's got like he's big into the 45 for the. Well, he used to be. He does now. Now he skeet shoots and stuff because he's old. But he used to do that IPSC stuff with 10 magazines and the 45 customized Colt 45 with special grips and rapid fire, bam 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 bam, run from this barricade to this barricade, then rapid fire again, and just fucking crazy shit. So when he started reloading because it cost him too much otherwise. It's cheaper to buy a really expensive kind of 4-stage automatic reloading machine that he pulled lever once and it spit a bullet out. So all he had to do was fill the hoppers and then pull lever. That's his excuse why his right hand was always so much more muscled than his left. I didn't believe him. I've met his wife. I was just joking. His wife's nice. But yeah, that would be the ultimate semi-auto pistol caliber carbine. I mean, the downside of them is they weighed a fucking ton because they were milled steel. They weren't plastics. They weren't aluminum. They were milled fucking steel. Well, they fully loaded. They were like 28 pounds with a 50-round magazine, I think. Upside was if you got into close combat, you could butt stroke somebody with it, wouldn't break. It'd break them before it broke itself. And even if you broke buttstock off, you could still shoot it. Then it just became a pistol. Really big pistol like we're used to nowadays with the PAPs and all that stuff. So as soon as you know what, I've decided the first pistol I'm gonna buy when I finally get my fucking paperwork back is gonna be a VZ58 pistol because you can buy them, and then I can use all the cool shit I bought for my VZ58 in the pistol. And shit hits the fan, it's just a bolt to put a stock on it. Yep.
Interesting.
That is good.
When the U.S. cavalry was getting sick and tired of their 38 long Colt.
Yeah. Oh, and that was such an anemic round.
Yeah, the U.S. cavalry asked manufacturers to start designing a heavier bullet.
Yeah.
So Thompson and some other company got testing for the 45 caliber, while Colt was working with Browning on a 41 caliber cartridge, and the U.S. cavalry said, no, we want a 45.
Oh.
So in 1904, Colt actually manufactured a proper functioning cartridged 45 caliber bullet in 200 grain, but Winchester, they designed a 230 grain. So Colt redesigned again and designed the 45 ACP, which is now the standard size of 45. And they started making that in 1904. And let's see here.
Like I said, Thompson was fairly early on. That's probably one of the reasons it's so heavy. I think Thompson originally, he was trying to make one out of a full rifle caliber, but couldn't get it to work reliably. Couldn't get a reliable. His design wouldn't work for that because he was using a blowback, which is not the ideal. Worked good with a .45 pistol caliber. That was fine.
Interesting, because here Colt in 1910 designed a pistol that during extensive testing had no failures, while Savage, their design suffered 37 stoppages or part failures. Resulting weapon was adopted in model 1911. So yeah, the 1911 pistol was the first firearm to use 45 ACP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Savage. I've seen. I think Forgotten Weapons did a thing on the Savage because there are still some of those pistols around. Luger was also in that trial. Like the Luger in .45 caliber. Apparently they made 3 of them, and there's 1 or 2 left, and they're worth gazillion dollars.
I could only imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just crazy. It's like finding that hot rod, the first Hemi Cuda or whatever, finding the first production one, or finding one that was going to be produced and then they decided not to, because usually they destroy those cars. But there are some that actually slip through the cracks.
Yeah.
I don't have any of those cars. I got cool cars, but not that cool. It's like a 75 Mercury, 75 Mercury Montego with 70,000 original miles. When I bought it, it still had the factory plastic on the back seat. It had like all deteriorated and was falling apart from the sunlight, but nobody had ever been back there. But as soon as you touched it, it just like crumbled. And in the trunk,
air movement. That's why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and this was honest to God. A little lady took it to church, right? Her husband was dying of cancer, and decided he wanted to buy a good car for his wife before he died. So he bought this 75 Mercury Montego MX. Oh, and hell, the chrome trim, beautiful. But it was brown with a gold interior, and bench seat, and a 351 Windsor, not a Windsor, 351 Michigan. Yeah,
Michigan.
M. Oh yeah, terrible 2-barrel, just a piece of crap engine, but C6 transmission, good rear end, everything else, but no real options. It had an AM radio with dual speakers. That was the only real option on it.
Yeah,
but I mean,
Michigan,
70,000 original fucking miles, though, I mean, it literally went out once a week to drive 4 miles to town on a gravel road, and then came back and sat in the garage for the rest of the week. But, found the car, got it, drove it. It drove great. I mean, it was like a fucking new car, because it pretty much was. But before I got it, it had never been driven in the winter. So I drove for 2 winters, and it started to rust. So it's like, oops, okay, in the garage, up on blocks, spray it with WD-40 where it's starting to rust, stop it for now, and, I'm going to have to fucking now redo all the paint and body, and because as soon as it saw salt, because all those years it had only been driven in the summer, and it was driven on gravel roads, there was no paint left on the bottom of the body. It had been all beat off by the gravel.
Yeah.
Which was fine as long as it didn't get, wet and sit outside. But once in the winter, once I drove it in the winter and it found salt, the salt just started to, destroy the metal. And I used to wash that car once a week. I used to take it through the car wash once a week to get the crap off of it. but it still just didn't matter. But it's not. It's got two little quarter-size holes in the rear quarter panels, and that's it. Everything else is on the surface. So, and the rear quarter panels where it's got the holes is where it's only a single piece of steel anyway. So you just cut them out, put a new piece of steel in, MIG or TIG it in, and then sand and fill, and it's good. Because now I got Sinks Canadian Tire cells. They run off your battery, and they put a negative charge in your car so it won't rust anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for a couple of $100, why not?
Yeah, that's the same. That's kind of like the same technology that they use on the pipeline.
Yep. Yeah, and the funny thing is, it works perfect, and it actually stops rust. If you've already got rust, it stops it. It won't rust anymore once it's gone to that negative.
But it's cheaper. It's cheaper, believe it or not.
What?
You get a Gatorade bottle. Fill it full of steel wool.
Yeah.
Put Gatorade in it.
Yeah.
Put two little holes in the lid. Put two wires in, and then bolt the two wires to the frame.
Really?
Yep.
They can just be like 6 inches apart, both of the frame?
Yeah. It does
Wouldn't they just directly go to themselves, or does it go all through the...
How does that work now? If you got one going to one side of the vehicle and one going to the other side of the vehicle, it's supposed to neutralize everything.
Okay.
Because it's the...
It sets up an electric current. That's what that's what the ones do from the tire.
Because it's the cellulite or whatever the hell it's called, the potassium, whatever that's in the Gatorade.
Yeah.
Electrolytes.
Okay, well, then it's just a battery. That's all it is a battery.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I got the same thing on my Chevy that I got from the dealership.
Yeah. Oh, you need that in a Chevy because they rust within minutes of buying them. Plus, they explode, turn off. What else do they do now? The biggest recall in fucking history is for Chevys. It's like, yeah, that's because people buy a lot of them because they're not thinking.
Oh, no, the problem is their crappy ignition switch.
Yep.
People weigh their key down with weight, and it turns the car off. And, of course, these modern fucking vehicles all have electric this and electric that.
Mm-hmm. So everything locks up. They can't steer.
Yeah, they can't steer. Airbags turn off.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God, a smart person would turn the car back on, but like as soon as my steering wheel locks, I go, oh, there's something with the lock. I much preferred my old cars that the ignition was on the dash, and it was just the key you put in the dash, and you turned it, and the motor started, and away you went. No airbags, none of that crap, man. I'm gonna wear a seatbelt. I don't need an airbag.
Well, it's funny because my Dodge Warlock I'm fixing up right now.
Yeah.
I had to bring it into the transmission shop to get a little bushing put in for my shift linkage.
Uh-huh.
And the guy's like, "What's wrong with it?" I'm like, "What do you mean? It doesn't steer." I'm like, "Because I got the power steering pump disconnected." He's like, "What? That's unsafe." I'm like, "No, it's perfectly safe."
Yeah, it's hard to steer.
You can't turn. I'm like, "Yeah, you can. You just get rolling and you can turn the damn steering wheel." He's like, "Well, it's a pain in the ass in your truck." I'm like, "Why? Because I have a 12-inch steering wheel and not a standard 16-inch?" Ugh. Well, the steering wheel on my truck is like that big.
Yeah, covered with foam?
Nope.
Like a black foam with chrome inside?
Actually, I don't know. The previous owner put a leather wrap around it.
Oh, okay.
But it's an original Grant Racing steering wheel for the Warlock.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a little 10-inch steering wheel, and then it's got billet aluminum 3 cross members on it,
Oh yeah, yeah.
which
Well,
is
that's
pretty
cool, man.
sweet.
Well, my Valiant, my first car, my first vehicle was a 55 Dodge half ton, but my
Yeah.
first car was a 66 Plymouth Valiant with a 225 cubic inch slant six, 3-speed, which I put a Hurst shifter on the floor, a conversion. So I had a
Yeah.
Hurst shifter on the floor with a T handle, and yeah, 3-speed transmission. That 225, I put headers and a 4-barrel on it, and I was gonna put a cam in it, but then realized, I could buy a wrecked 340 Magnum from the junkyard that, the car had been rolled, but there's nothing wrong with the motor and tranny, and I could drop
Yeah.
that in that Valiant. It would bolt right in, and there I had a 340 6-pack 4-speed for less money than it would cost me to put a cam in my 226 or
Yeah.
slant six. It was just like, well, that's not a not a brainy question. I can figure that out real easy. Of course, I
Yeah, but the
twisted the
added
body Valiant, but
the added fuel mileage you would have got just by keeping the slant 6 in it probably would have been nice.
it would go. This is no shit because I clocked at 130 miles an hour in that thing, like a slant six, a 4-barrel, and headers. I mean, it sounded like some kind of racing Jaguar I had because I had dual exhaust with glass packs, and then it came out the same side of the car. Right, you had 2 tailpipes on the driver's side of the car,
Yeah.
and it sounded wicked. And you could ring that thing right up like 6,800 RPM was my red line.
Those inline 6s, they were a powerhouse.
Oh yeah, and they were indestructible.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
literally. Yeah.
Well, they were built to be driven the piss out of.
Oh yeah, because they made commercial versions for military trucks and stationary engines and all kinds of stuff like that. It was just it's an incredible engine. Because it was leaned over sideways, you could have a lower hood and yet longer stroke on the pistons. And yeah, it sounded like a Jaguar. Mine sounded like some kind of English racing car going down the street, But
Yeah.
it was nowhere near as fast as when I put 340 in it.
Nothing sounds better than an inline 6, I find.
Mhm.
An
Yeah, I mean, you
inline
listen to
6
Jaguars and they just sound wicked.
Yeah, an inline 6, I don't know, just sounds amazing.
Well, it snarls. It's not a rumble, it's a snarl. But it's not like a 4-cylinder is a whine, 6-cylinder is a snarl if you got a straight 6. Yeah, the V6s, they're a whine. They're into the whiny range.
Yeah.
But yeah, straight 6 is just straight 8s are just like those are a fucking growl. Those things are just mean. I knew a guy had a Hudson that was all hot rodded. It was fucking wild, man. This great big giant car would go like fucking stink.
Oh, now you got me thinking about trying to find an inline 6.
Yeah, you know what? I knew a guy had one, a 65 Valiant that was all restored and everything, but it had the push button tranny and stuff, and I was just like, no. I love manual transmissions. Like right now, I've got a manual transmission Dodge 2500, right? My 05, and my wife's got a 2012 Fiat that's a manual transmission. So I mean, it's like my kids are just like 16 and 14 right now, so that they're going to have to learn to drive a manual transmission vehicle because that's what we've got to drive.
Did you get your wife the fancy 500 or just the lower end one, like the
It's
500?
It's kind of the halfway. It's not. It's sporty, but it doesn't have the leather seats and heated seats, but it's got the good stereo and the kind of a little bit higher end interior.
Like I was telling the wife, if ever had a gun to my head and I had to choose a small car, I'd have to go with the Fiat 500.
Yeah. Oh, it is amazing. My wife and I, both my kids, and our luggage for a week went to Edmonton for a week.
And you didn't get a hold of me?
Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, I didn't, because I was like, didn't realize you were that close to Edmonton. You know, probably should have. Because
I'm
I
only
was
45
bored
minutes
shitless in that damn mall. We stayed in the mall. It was really weird. But this is my wife's idea of a vacation, is going to a fancy, like going to a hotel, fancy hotel, and just like, you know, going to the water park and going to the sea show. And this is her idea of a vacation, whereas I'm like, no, I want to go way up north in the bush and fish and then live without any cell phones or anything for a fucking couple of weeks, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, we went down there, and part of the deal was I was going to get to go to Mill Arms and buy a VZ58. But because the traffic, just not even the traffic, it was the fucking streets in Edmonton, made me crazy. So by the time we got to the hotel, I was like, I just want to fucking leave this town. I don't want to try go anywhere here. It's stupid. The street signs are dumb. I was like,
actually, I used to think the same way, but Edmonton's not that hard to get around, I find now.
I guess after you'd been there a while, it would probably be different, but for just coming in there from, like, Saskatoon, it's so fucking easy. Big, giant signs everywhere, and the streets are all, like, really logically, you know, anyway. So
like
I just said, okay, well, I'm going to just...
Like, Saskatoon is pretty much built on a grid system. Edmonton, not so much.
Yes. I mean, we have a river, but we don't care. We just put bridges across it.
Yeah.
Like, our river runs right through the middle of the city, but we have, like, 5 or 6 bridges. 5, anyway. They're building another one, too, which is like, fuck, we don't need it. They keep thinking, though, because we've grown so much in the last, 10, 15 years since we've been having this boom, they keep thinking, oh, we're going to keep growing at the same pace. And I'm like, no. We're going to have, like, stuff built that we don't need because it can't keep up this way. We can't keep, our growth is at 8% or something. You just can't keep that up.
It's the fastest growing city in Canada.
Yeah, I know. It's awful. Fuck all these people who can't drive. Holy shit, it's hard. And I'm in a big truck, and I really, really want to just, like, come up and kind of push them out of the way because they're idiots. Oh, it's terrible. You're trying to merge onto the highway, and the guy in front of you is looking over his shoulder and slowing down as he's trying to merge onto the freeway, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing, you idiot? People are going 120K down the freeway. You have to go 120K to merge, right? So that means you accelerate up the on-ramp, not fucking slow down.
And it's up to the people in that other lane to slow down or speed up so you can get in.
Yeah, well, it's. I mean, we do. The part of the politeness is if you're coming to a merge lane and there's no reason you can't be in the outside lane, you move to the outside lane, right?
Yeah.
If it's like heavy traffic and you can't, then, well, you just can't. You just have to expect the people to come up, accelerate up to the speed, and because there's room between you and the car behind you, they can just slide into line. Oh, not these people. No, I'm going to slow down until I see a big gap. There isn't going to be a gap, you dummy. It's rush hour.
Like in St. Albert, they redesigned one of the roads. Before it was a yield merge.
Yeah.
So at the light, if you wanted to turn right, you had to go to an off-ramp yield and wait for traffic to clear up so you can make the right-hand turn.
Yeah.
Well, last year they made a free flow lane.
Oh, yeah.
But people still yield and stop at that spot. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Go!
Yeah.
And I got a big steel bush bump on my truck, and I don't know how many times I've been tempted to push people out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of that,
Oh.
things are so different nowadays than they used to be. Like when I was 16, I had my 55 Fargo half ton 6-cylinder flathead, But
Yeah.
truck was mint. It was like not a dent. It was beautiful shape, and I had 68 Dodge Charger rims on it because they bolted right up, right? And so I had those rims on it, so it looked really cool because it was like an old style truck with a modern type wide. What the hell do they call those things? Oh crap, wide track tires. But they were wider than normal tires with the white lettering and everything, off a
Yeah.
68 Dodge Charger.
Yeah, because the Fargo, they had little pizza cutter tires.
Yeah, and really tall, 16-inch rims. And these were 14-inch rims, which of course dropped the truck right down. So I had like 3 inches of ground clearance off the front axle because it was a straight front axle. It was really funny to drive out in the fields, man. The front axle would be like scraping over rocks.
I'm trying to picture this truck. That's like the old Land Rover Defender type front end on those things, wasn't it?
And it had the hood opened up in two pieces, like each side of the hood opened up. Had like little levers.
Gull wing hood, yep.
Yeah, clamshell clamshell gull wing, type hood. But it was a beautiful little truck. I still wish I had it. I mean, I sold it for $500. I never should have because my dad bought it for me because I'd baled for him all summer. I done like baled hay all summer, me and my buddy, and it was a deal we had with our dads. We put up 10,000 freaking bales, the two of us. 10,000 bales of hay. And my buddy got a 67 Fairlane, but it was a 4-door. It was like a real mom and pop type vehicle, eh? And he was so fucking disappointed in that because we were thinking we were going to get pretty new cars, right? Because we did a lot of fucking work. And I get a 55 Fargo half ton, and I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. And I'm looking, oh, it's got a spare motor in the back. And my old man looks at me and says, hell no, that's a motor. You got to put it together before you can drive it. He made me rebuild the motor before I could drive the truck that he bought me after I'd spent all fucking summer working for him. So I had to spend the winter rebuilding the motor. And he, even though he was a heavy-duty mechanic, he wouldn't tell me how to do it. He would say, figure it out yourself. And then there'd come to certain things like when I was grinding the valves. And I'd say, how do I grind these?
Yeah.
And he'd give me, tips on stuff like the really technical stuff. But everything else, it was just figure it out yourself, eh? I did. I managed it. I rebuilt the fucking motor. It ran good, too. I could get rubber in second gear. Just a little chirp out of it. But the top speed of the truck, it had such low gears, the top speed of the truck was about 75 miles an hour. And at that point, the front end would start vibrating, and the steering wheel would get the size of a baseball bat as it shook back and forth between your hands. But as long as you kept it below that speed, it was okay. It would handle not bad. I mean, it was,
I would have changed out the rear diff gear.
You know what? I only had it for about a year and a half and got rid of it. Yeah, I sold it. And then here's the best part. After I sold it, because I sold it because it had a 6-cylinder and I couldn't go fast, blah, blah, blah. I sold it, and then after I sold it, my dad said, you could have put a 383 or a 440 in that because it came with a 318 big block, so it would use the same motor mounts. And I was like, really? Because that would have been so fucking scary and
like you couldn't,
so fucking fast.
It's like you couldn't have told me that when I was rebuilding the engine.
Oh, yeah. It was like, because you could pick those up. You could go to the junkyard and for like $200, you could get a 440 of a Chrysler New Yorker or something that had been wrecked for $200. Had 50,000 miles on it. And you got a 4-barrel. Oh yeah, it's only got 300 horsepower. Big deal. In that fucking little light truck, that would have been terrifying.
Especially with a 318 wedge or what they call the big block. That would have been crazy.
Oh yeah, but like I said, I mean, you could have put it came with 318 big block, which back in the day was only probably 250 horsepower with a 4-barrel. That's still a huge, but it would have been like 400 pounds of torque. That's the scary
Well,
part, because this thing was so short.
I don't think it even had that much power, because my 360 only came, because yeah, my 77, that only came out with 240 horse.
Yeah, but the thing is that a 1969 318 had 230 horsepower with a 2-barrel. The stock 2-barrel 2.25 225 single exhaust stone stock did 170 horsepower at 6,700 RPM. I had one of those things in this was an mid 80s Dodge van, right? Window van. Had seats for 5, which is cool, because you could put a bed in the back and it became camper, so you could register it for next to nothing. And great van. Only go about 75 miles an hour on the highway, but who cared? But that was flat out cruise control, would not go any higher. That was the gas pedal right to the floor, 70 miles an hour. But it just lasted fucking forever. It only had, I think they only had 80 horsepower then. In the mid 80s, it was all the smog control was just sucking all the horsepower out of everything.
Yeah.
Low compression, like it was like
Low
maybe
compression,
7 to 1
restrictor
compression.
plate, cats.
Yeah, so it was like just terrible for that. But on the other hand, I drove it for 5 years. I paid $1,000 for it. Drove it for 5 years. Never had a problem with it. Once, at one point, the wife actually said, "It's making a funny noise," and I went out and started, and oh yeah, it was banging. The bearing was gone. I was like, oh, fuck. So I go check the oil. There's no oil in it. I said, "Honey, did you check the oil?" Because she was the one driving and I had my truck. I said, "Honey, have you checked the oil in the van?" And she said, "No." I said, "Well, you're supposed to check the oil. I mean, I've told you that you have to check the oil on a vehicle if you're using it." "Well, don't they do that when you get gas?" And I said, "Not unless you ask them to." And so it had no oil. I put 5 quarts of oil in it to get it to show on the dipstick. So then I started, and it's knocking, and I'm just like, okay, well, it's done, right? So I told the wife, you know what, just drive it. Eventually the motor's going to blow up probably in the next week or two because, the bearing's gone and it's going to throw a rod, blah, blah, blah. So she drives it, and, 3 or 4 weeks later, she's still driving it, and she pulls up, and I was just getting home at the same time, and I'm like, it's not knocking. I said, "Honey, how's it driving?" She said, "Oh, just like normal." It must have spun the bearing back around. It's the only thing I can figure. It quit knocking. And it was like, okay, drove it for another year. Sold it to a guy. He drove it for 2 years. Then he sold it to a guy. He actually used that truck bed lining because it started to rust on the rear quarters. So he painted the bottom of it with truck bed lining to cover the rust. And he drove it for another 4 or 5. He was a contractor. He was like a building contractor. Right? He'd build decks and shit like that. He took the back seat of it and he used it to fucking haul everything, eh? And it was only a little half-ton. Like I say, it was a person van. It wasn't made for hauling crap, eh? But yeah, he hauled fucking lifts of like a full pallet of shingles. That's 3,000 pounds. Oh, it's fine, eh? And drove it for another couple of years. Like that for finally, I don't know what happened to it. I broke an axle or something. He just, indestructible little fucking vans. That would be the thing to find during a zombie apocalypse. I'd maybe want one without all the windows, but. But yeah, I drove mine. Oh crap! I used to do. Well, Saskatoon to Brandon, which was 700 kilometers. Used to do that at least once or twice a year in that thing, and it just, never had a problem. Blew up a tire one time. Had a tire started to go down, didn't notice, and it was a Michelin. At that time I'm younger, so I'm, got whatever tires I can afford. So it was a Michelin, looked like it was good, but blew up. And the rubber actually went bouncing off the front windshield. The tire blew up so bad it threw rubber in front of the vehicle at like 70 miles an hour. And the back end of the van went up, and then it went blah, 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 and it's like I'm pulling it over, and the tire's disintegrating, and rubber's going everywhere, and the kids are going, "This is cool," because they were just little, and they thought it was like, "Oh, this is like a fair ride, cool." And my wife's freaking out, and I'm just like, crap, eh? I've blown so many tires on vehicles because back when I started driving, you used to get flats all the time.
Actually, I've actually been pretty lucky. Since I started driving, I've only had 2 flat tires, or 2 low tires.
Oh, not even flat?
No.
Oh, so yeah, that's very lucky. At the same time, though, you're much younger. I mean, tire technology changed so much from the 1960s to the 1980s. By the time it hit 1980s, tires, I mean, you didn't expect to ever have a flat tire. Whereas in the 60s and 70s, you expected to have a flat tire. You knew you were going to have a flat tire at some time that year, even that month.
Yeah, because in my time of driving, I have yet to put a spare tire on any vehicle I've ever driven or owned. And yeah.
Well, I put spare tires on lots of cars I owned when I was younger. But as I got older, well, number one, as I got older, I did buy better tires, or better cars, I should say, maybe. But generally, I ran pretty good tires. I mean, probably the worst I ever ran was my brother had a set of Playboys, and they were bias ply, wide, like 60s, 50 series, 50s or 60s. So they were like, a foot wide or more. I put those on my Dodge, my 55 Dodge, on those Charger wheels, which were only 8-inch wide wheels, but the tire was 12 inches wide, so it was like a bitch to get it on. But once we got it on, it looked fucking awesome. Yeah, the truck just looked badass. It had these little 3-inch, I think 3-inch wide C78 front tires. So these little narrow front tires, these real big giant back tires, but it had a 6-cylinder flathead.
Yeah, because what do I got? Because on my Warlock, I got 2 15s on the front and 2 75s on the rear. And just by doing that, it gave it a nice little rake, and the tire portions are right, and it looks sexy. Because I got
see right now,
because I put the BFG radial TAs on.
Oh yeah, that'd look good on that truck.
Yeah. Doesn't handle worth shit when it's raining, but
yeah,
you just don't go fast when it's raining.
Yeah. Well, I had BFG on my Ranchero for a while, and yeah, they were nice in the dry. I hardly ever drove it in the rain though, because it was like, then I gotta wipe it all down again. Instead of custom paint job on it, so it was pain in the ass, and the thing's cursed, and it's still sitting in my garage. Now my son wants it, and I'm like, how much do I like them?
How much do you trust them?
Well, it's not that. I'm not going to give it to him with the 429 in it. I'm going to take the 351 Michigan out of the Montego and fix the valve lash on it so it'll quit knocking. And with a 2-barrel, just put it into that Ranchero. He's only going to have like 200 horsepower about maybe 300 foot-pounds of torque, but yeah, it ain't going to be the screamer it used to be. Because he rode in it when it was like, when I had the 429 in it before it got wrecked the last time, and yeah, I kind of, because he was 7 or 8, and I thought, it's cool, let's show him a little smoke show, eh? And just punched it. I was in an industrial area where there's no traffic on a Sunday, and just fucking punched it, melted the fucking tires, and he was just squealing. Yeah, because the smoke was rolling over the front of the car. It was starting to fill up the cab. Because the cab on the Ranchero was actually, there isn't a cab, it's all attached to the fenders and everything, so all that smoke, when it started just pouring in through the back fenders, it came up through the car. It was like, whoa, can't see shit. Even when the window's down, can't see shit. Because the cab was full of smoke. It was really cool. When we turned around and looked back at it, it looked like a nuclear explosion, eh? Because all the smoke was going up and turned into a mushroom cloud.
Tomorrow I think I might work on my Dodge a little bit more. I got transmission cooler line problems, so.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just a matter of changing the lines. At least with a cooler, you can use like rubber lines and, well, not rubber.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Because what I think what happened is that I had some sludge or something inside the transmission cooler.
Yeah.
And then it worked its way into the line, pressurized, and blew the line off.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna
flush it out.
I'm gonna take all that off. Because everything was pretty much rednecked on that thing when I first got it, and when I threw everything back together, I kind of kept some of the redneck.
Yeah. It worked and it was there.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna take the fittings off the transmission, and then get some proper Mel fittings that just bolt in and come straight out. And then on the transmission cooler, I'm gonna take those fittings off and get some that go down at 90 and just high pressure line from the cooler to the transmission.
Yep. That's the best way.
And then put a protective sleeve around the line so it doesn't wear through.
If you got the coin for it, go with stainless steel lines that have the stainless steel sheath on them. Because the fittings are pretty much just a regular hose clamp. But it's a reinforced like high pressure hose inside a stainless steel sleeve, and that way it doesn't get
kind of like
burned.
It's kind of like your brake line tubing with that spiral.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Around it. But what I think I'm just going to get probably about 15 feet of high pressure line. I probably don't even need that. I probably only need 10 feet of high pressure line, and just get some metal coil and put it over top of the line, and
that'll work.
Zap strap it or fasten it properly to the frame, and
that'll work.
Because I got to get up early and try to bid on some jobs tomorrow morning, and then go down to the salvage yard and see if they'll take a vehicle, and rent a U-Haul trailer, go to my buddy's place and try to take my Wagoneer and bring it to the salvage yard and see if I can get any coin for it.
Yeah, it's too bad Wagoneers. It'd be nice to keep them alive, but I mean, you can only have so much shit.
Yeah, I got too many damn vehicles at my buddy's place right now. I got a 79 D100 there. I got a 77 Winnebago there. I got my 81 Ram Charger there, and I also got my Land Rover there. So.
Yeah, it's like you're starting to stretch the friendship.
Yeah, and not an 80. Is it an 81? No, not an 81. An 86. The 86 Ram Charger, and it's got that stupid EFI computer.
Oh yeah.
And I fried that when did I fry that? November.
Yeah.
So now I trying to find a new computer for that thing's next to impossible.
I wouldn't even bother. You know what? You can buy those simple wiring kits, like the stuff you
Actually,
get
no.
when you're doing a hot rod, for a couple
What I'm
$100.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the number one spark plug out,
Yeah.
see if it still has spark.
Yeah.
Because I still have all the crap from my 360 that I rebuilt, like all my old stuff.
Yeah.
And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to throw my 2-barrel intake on my from my 360, put it on that, and just carb the damn thing.
Well, if it fit, why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, they make these simple wiring kits, and they're like for guys who are doing hot rods and shit. They work perfect for if you're doing engine swaps, because it replaces all the electronic shit with its own electronic shit, or just simple wiring that just, you've got power to the coil, you got power, turn the key, boom, it runs, eh?
But that's the thing. It's EFI. So
they have it that'll work the EFI too. It's got its own little computer that just says, here's a basic EFI program, poof, it runs.
Yeah, but that's if you have an EFI computer that still works.
Or you check, then just, change, like you said, change the intake, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, because it's still got the slot in the timing chain cover for the mechanical fuel pump.
Yeah.
So I'll just put the mechanical fuel pump for my old truck, put it in there, take the intake off, put a carbureted intake on, and then throw my old 2-barrel carb on, and as long as I still have spark.
Yeah. Well, and then that just means that you've now made it EMP proof too. Like if there's electromagnetic wave, that vehicle's going to run. It's just like my Ranchero will run because it had points ignition. There's no electronics there to get damaged. And
the best thing about the biggest seller of this Ram Charger is it's a 4-speed Ram.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah, a 4-speed transmission means, any kind of standard transmission means that, if your battery's dead, you could still get going by pushing it, because that will start the alternator, which will then, power the ignition. So, you're running, right? So that's the big thing is, even if your batteries are done, you can still start the car and drive it.
Yeah, as long as your alternator still works.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I don't know that all that stuff is still going to work. I mean, the last big EMP we had started telegraph wires on fire, so I'm kind of thinking there's a lot of wires in a car. And they're close together. You put a big electromagnetic pulse through them, I'm pretty sure everything's going to just fucking fry. That means we're back to, hoofing it and horses. Well, you apparently can train a cow to be ridden, but it's real slow.
Oh, where's that video? I have a funny video that someone sent me.
I've got this stupid draw program up I can't bring down for some reason. I don't know how I did that. There it is. Oh, fuck. Never mind. I'm a fucking idiot. Ooh, got thunder going outside. I can even hear it down here. So my sister lives in Brandon, and my brother's in Winnipeg, and they're having all these floods, and I'm thinking, should I call them? And it seems like I'm gloating. Oh yeah, we got none of those problems here because we live in Saskatoon, the city of perfection. We have like big storms going through the province. They go around our city. It's like, really?
No, big electrical storm just went by us here not that long ago.
Yeah, well, that's probably what we're having.
Here's a video for you, Bob.
Oh yeah. See, right now we're having I can hear the thunder down here, so that means it's pretty fucking loud.
Yeah, because me and the wife, we were leaving Edmonton there around
Guys, right.
9:30. Oh, it's hilarious.
What the fuck is this?
Guyana buffalo. Oh, look at there. I hope the bear doesn't start chasing the. Oh, look, the bear's chasing the guy on the buffalo. Oh, look, the guy on the buffalo's chasing the bear.
That's so fucked. I gotta save that one.
I thought you'd get a kick out of that. There's even a full movie
Of a guy and a buffalo.
Yeah, it's an hour and a half long. It's Guy on a Buffalo Rider full movie.
Oh fuck. That's just whack. Oh well, now it's getting close to 2 in the morning. I'm gonna have to call it, man.
Yeah, same. I got shit to do tomorrow.
Yep.
Bye, Bob.
See you, man. Take it easy.
You too.